Hello, everybody. I hope you can hear us well, see us well. Everything is working fine. Thank you for Marcus for helping out setting up everything. I'm Laura. I'm here all the way over from Europe, and it's a big pleasure to be here with you. It's my first time I can actually participate at GaryCon, the annual gaming event in the name of Gary Gygax, obviously. And I have a lot of friends going there every year, and I have never been able to make it over. So having this great incentive over here, having it live streaming and also being able to include all the international folks is really, I think, a great idea for the passion that we all share around the world. So I'm Laura. I work for Black Book Editions. I RPG publisher here in France, and I also work for the crowdfunding platform Game on Tabletop. And I'll be moderating for you today. And I have the pleasure to be in the presence of Kyle, who is here from Ireland, if I'm correct, and Nicholas from Germany. So maybe, Nicholas, you can tell us who you are and more about Heinrich Tiffers Verlag and what you guys do.
Well, I'm game designer, author, and also CEO of Heinrich Tiffers Verlag. And our video is cutting out all the time just
Mm.
for reference. So anyway, yeah, okay, perfect. Voices in the head gonna fix that problem. And right behind me, because I'm well prepared, over there, the games over there, it's the two games we are actually publishing, and I'm also the writer and I designed the game. So that's about me.
Awesome. Thank you, Nicholas. And Kyle, tell us about Penny Dragon Games and who you are.
So I am Kyle. I am the lead game designer for Penny Dragon Games. We mostly publish 5e content that we are going to be spreading our wings on that front at the moment within the near future. We've been running for almost 3 years now, and we've been doing a variety of Kickstarter books that we've been running that are all starting to filter out into the market now. So yeah, that's who we are.
Awesome. Well, thank you. Welcome to both of you. So today we're talking about what it's like to be a small scale publisher, and specifically in Europe. What I always really love to hear and learn about is why did you set out? How did you set out, right? Generally, when you're a smaller company, you don't necessarily have the big funds or anything else. Would you like to share why you started out, how you started out, and kind of like also what's your ambition behind the project of being a independent publisher? Nicholas, if you want to start out, maybe.
Okay, but I mean, my story is a little bit out of the ordinary, I would say. I'm the third generation in the publishing house Heinrich Tüffers, and we were doing something completely different before I joined. And at some point, I knew I just wanted to do something different. So in 2014, we decided to start publishing games, and we started with Ultima Ratio, which is a sci-fi, dystopian sci-fi setting. And yeah, went from there. I basically put some money in the company to kickstart on my own, kickstart the whole thing. And yeah, I wouldn't say it was smooth sailing since then, but at least it kind of let's just keep it that way. I mean, it's obviously not the only way of income for the publishing house, although we actually want to change that in the near future. So we're about to change that, let's say. And yeah, and therefore it's basically not how most of the other independent small publishers, at least in Germany, start. Let's say that.
Awesome.
So
Cool. Thank you.
our start was I also kind of had an unusual start in which I didn't start Penny Dragon Games. I happened to just be one of the first employees of Penny Dragon Games. In that, in back when we were starting out, I happened to click on a link for a playtest document that was being run by Penny Dragon, and I was like, "Well, this looks really cool, but this is not working because of this, and this is not working because of that." And I think on a 60-page playtest document, I sent back feedback of about 80 pages of like, and the guy was like, "Hey, you seem to really know what you're doing. Do you want to come and join us and work on this?" And I was like, "Well, that sounds awesome." And I think Since then, we're in the double digits in terms of the number of Kickstarters we've run, from very small, like our latest project is called $1 One Shots, which is in essence just a one-page adventure, to like big 300-page books, and we've just kind of been growing from strength to strength on that front.
Awesome. Well, that's so great. And I think both of you touched on a very interesting point, is that most of independent publishers start in a very different way. And there's some common points you come get together, but it's like in your case, right? It's just like an anomaly, and still it works, and it happens to work out for you guys. And that's what makes one of the strengths probably of what you guys are doing. So that's awesome. Also, like in your position today, I don't know how long have you guys been in this field with your publishers?
In which field now?
Yeah, working as a publisher with your company.
As a publisher, my grandfather founded the company in 1948. So the company itself is publishing for quite a while. As I said, role playing started at 2014. And yeah, basically alongside everything we did before. And now basically role playing is taking over in
Okay.
a way.
So yeah, in that span of time, like looking back at all of that, what would you guys say on the top of your head maybe is the biggest strength of being a smaller company? And also, what would be the biggest challenge that you're mostly facing of being smaller? Kyle, maybe you wanna give your insight on that?
So I think the biggest strength is you can do very interesting creative things. I think you know sometimes you can cater to those niche audiences because you don't need the Wizards of the Coast or the Paizo numbers in terms of publishing. But at the same time, it can always sometimes also be the challenge of, can you fund your projects that are so small and so niche and that you want to get off the ground? You know, it can be a struggle to sometimes find the audience that you're looking for with those.
I mean, as a publisher in Germany, I can say that the market is very tiny. I mean, this is
Mm,
like there are like 100 million people on this planet who speak German as their first language,
mm,
or know at least German, like if you count in Swiss people and Belgian people. So in general, if you start with a game in Germany in German, um, if you sell about 500 to 1,000 copies, your game is doing great, which is, I think, a number nobody speaking in a different language, like for example English, would even consider publishing a game, if that's like the estimate, like 1,000 copies.
mm,
But for an indie title, this is already an amazing accomplishment. So many of the other, because obviously I know a few other independent publishing houses in Germany. Most of them, they do licensing work, which is basically translating something that is already successful somewhere around the globe, and they just try to get, like they don't have to do all the, let's say, all the work. They have to translate it, of course, but the costs are in generally, they're lower because they get all the artworks in the licensing process normally, at least. And also most of the time it's a game that is, at least the English version or the French version, is already known. So
mm,
people kind of like wait for it to be available in German, which is the easier approach. And then there are a couple of other publishing houses in Germany. I only know like two or three, which actually try to uh, get a game in German going and kind of try to compete with the bigger games, which actually sell like 10,000 copies
mm,
around about. Well, if it's a good book, I mean, even that is like outrageously high amount of
mm,
books to sell on the German market. If you have a book that sells like 10,000 books, it's amazing.
mm.
I think, I mean, we don't know the numbers, of course, because This is like hush hush. But I would say like Shadowrun and what is it called in English? The Dark Eye, I think. Das Schwarze
Dark Eye,
Auge.
yes.
Um, there and maybe D&D and maybe also Vampire the Masquerade. That might be and Call of Cthulhu probably. Those are the ones that might sell a couple of books 10,000 times. But
Mm,
this is a real accomplishment actually.
mm,
So most of that's for example why we at some point want to try to get an English version of our games and yeah, try to get it to all those people that actually speak English. But it's also quite hard because um, if you're not a native speaker, it is pretty hard to like translate a rule book or something because certain
Yeah.
mhm.
things are pretty hard to translate at that point.
Yeah, absolutely. I think you talk about a question I was going to ask later on is something that's very specific about the European market is the fact that, well, you have tiny countries and that speak languages, and then you have obviously a couple of other countries that might also speak these ones. So for German, it might be Switzerland and Austria. Um, but yeah, you have a way smaller consumer base generally. So the question comes up maybe more easily whether or not you're having to translate to be able to produce the book in a higher range. So I'd have a question for Kyle, who is in Ireland, and I guess your productions are in English from the start, but you're still located in Europe. How do you go about that? Is your target to expand more than the US market and the worldwide market, or is the translating and localization in the European market still something that's interesting for you?
So I mean, we were definitely trying to push the role playing aspect within the local communities in Ireland and that. But I mean, it is a small country. So I mean, a lot of our product is and a lot of our market is the US.
Mm,
I mean, we find that unavoidable just being on doing Kickstarter itself. That is primarily a US market to the point where when we ran our first Kickstarter and we looked at fulfillment, it literally made sense for us not to do an Irish fulfillment or an English fulfillment center, but our fulfillment center was based in the US
yeah.
because so much product was being shipped out of the US on its own that that was our primary fulfillment center. But I mean, we do what we can to try and encourage and grow the community within our own space. But as I said,
Do
the
you
US,
feel it like it is a bigger challenge to be based in Ireland to touch the US market then, or is it because your product is English from the start off easy and people will buy and hear about your project just as much?
I think it does present its challenges. One of the big ones is a lot of the time we're not awake in the same time zone as our clients.
Mm,
So you know, often in the morning I'll wake up to an inbox full of Kickstarter comments and queries and all kinds of things, and you know that have kind of come through the night. So that can be a bit of a challenge as well. And also just coordinating things on such a global scale between us and distribution partners in the US and production partners within wherever we've decided to produce the particular Kickstarter in the world. It presents its challenges because even as a small company, we've got to act on a global scale,
yeah.
and that can be tricky.
Yes, I imagine. Yeah, of course. Um, so another question I had was overall in this industry and in all industries, obviously the last few years have been really strange and messed up a lot of things and changed a lot of things. I mean, we had a global pandemic, we had an in crisis in shipping and production and overall inflation. What would your guys' take be from a standpoint from a indie publisher? Is this an opportunity? Is this something where you as an indie publisher you can step up and take another spot? Is it more of a challenge for you guys? Do you have anything you would like to share to that? Maybe Nicholas, you want to start?
Two things, I guess. As an observation, people rediscovered the hobby during the pandemic. Like many people that I don't know, their friends moved because of reasons, like they quit studying. They started working on different places and everything. So being able to actually use Discord or other ways of communicating and playing together brought a lot of people back into the hobby because they kind of realized, okay, there's a different way. It is different. It's not the same, but it kind of works. And just having no role playing at all, or at least role playing on this level, actually makes sense. So the last 2 years, when things finally started going again, like the conventions were starting again, the Spiel, which is the biggest one in Europe at least. Um, also started to get traction again. I saw so many people that said, "Yeah, we actually basically started because of the pandemic." And another thing is like uh, D&D is a powerhouse right now. I mean, with
Mm,
all let's say, keep all the discussions about the OGL and everything out of the picture. This thing also blew up
mm,
because of various reasons. And even for a market like Germany, it's amazing. Like the whole let's plays and all that kind of stuff.
mm,
That is something that actually also young people started watching,
mm,
and which was at least in Germany hard for a while to get like young people interested in the hobby. So it was like the gamer base were getting older and older. And now you have like a new influx of people that because of Stranger Things or other stuff, actually got an idea of what role playing actually is and are curious and want to start. So
So,
that's the good thing. The
mm,
bad thing is if you have hard copies, like we have, the price for paper and cardboard it was um, insane for quite a while. I mean, it's getting better. It's not good. It's getting better. So it is challenging, but I think the market actually is growing. So even tiny publishing houses actually can participate.
yeah, so you would say that overall, the overall growth of the role playing field in mainstream media and stuff is trickling down to independent publishers too. At least you have that feeling, if I understood that correctly.
Well, yeah, the thing is that I think the trickling down effect will come later. I mean, people will obviously start with the big games that everybody knows, like, and then they
Mm,
will discover that there's more than just the big ones,
mm,
and then they will try out different things, and especially, like Hart said, I mean, there, if you cater a certain taste with an indie game, of course you won't get like as good as D&D, that's for sure, but I mean you can participate just because more people with the same taste get into the gaming scene in general, they might discover your game.
mm. Let's hope that that's true, but definitely I get that. Kyle, what's your point of view on that? How has it been for you these last years, and how do you see opportunities, challenges there?
So I mean, we started in the pandemic. Like, we were born of like boredom at home and things like that. So I mean, we really like it. It's almost like a different world for us now that it's not pandemic. But I mean, we've had our challenges as well. As Nicholas said, paper for a long time was something that just became so expensive. I mean, one of our projects, we had to delay printing by almost a month because we couldn't find the correct paper stock. It just was not found anywhere. Um, so I mean, we've had our issues there, and I mean, as well, global shipping has become. It went through the roof at a stage where it was so expensive, and I mean, it's still having its bumps and things, but I mean, we seem to almost kind of we've gotten to a point where we feel like we're stable as a company now, and we're starting to actually find our feet as a producer within the space, and I mean, we're starting to get more involved in the wider community now.
Yeah, I think actually, as a smaller publisher, you do have the strength of being able to resist to very big changes. Sometimes better, not all the time, obviously, because if you need funds and you need to hold it up, sometimes that can be a struggle. But I know quite some bigger publishers that just didn't make it through entirely because too much ballast on and you would say in German, so too much weight overall, right? And then like it's not just one project getting production costs pumped up, but 10 projects maybe, and that's a different story. And so I'm really proud and happy to see all of those smaller publishers that pull through and actually are there. And I hope you guys can go a long way still.
At least with the German ones, nearly none of them do that full time. So most of the indie developers are basically, let's say, a side project, and people are still employed somewhere else. Which means, because honestly, just for me, my income just with role playing games during the 2 years with lockdowns and everything, like I made as much money in 2 years, like I would have made in a quarter of 1 year before that. So if it would have been anything I would actually had to live from, that would have been like killing me, because especially as a tiny company and as an independent publisher, you need all those conventions because there is, at least in Germany, it's very hard to have any way of getting to the customer other than being on those conventions. And I think also that's actually my question to Kyle, because you guys had Brexit, right? So I mean, like a couple of years prior, you guys would have just went over the tiny little piece of sea and then just went to all the big conventions in the UK, and probably had a lot of people coming from overseas just to see your game. And now that's probably also a little bit more difficult, I imagine.
So that's the interesting thing about being an Irish company is a lot of people within Ireland. I mean, I'm not one of them. I'm from the UK myself. I'm a UK citizen, but a lot of the Irish guys hold both a UK and an Irish passport, which means to them they're still part of the EU and stuff. But this is also our first year where we're starting to do the con scene. As I said, we started during the pandemic, so we didn't have that face-to-face interaction at cons and stuff that many of these indie publishers started with. We started in digital advertising, and Facebook ads and social media and things like that to try and push people towards Kickstarter pages. That was where we kind of started out, and this is the first year where we've kind of put together a con schedule, and our CEO is actually at Gary Con at the moment there. So he's in person there for the first time and is kind of like seeing what things are going on and stuff. We're actually starting our to see the cons in person ourselves for the first time this year, and seeing what the result is of those on our production and on our growth as a company.
Yeah, it's very interesting. Two very different stories there as well. Because I think being born in the pandemic as a publisher definitely changed the way you go about things, because you kind of discover everything that other publishers did before on a regular basis right now, right? So yeah. But I thought that was really interesting there too. And so, because you talked about Nicolas, the fact that most publishers, indie publishers at least, don't really have employees, or at least it's not like their main income or stuff like this. What would be your ambition? Like, is the ambition to at some point be able to live off of that, or do you want it to keep that an indie project that is not the entirety of your job and workforce?
I mean, honestly, we were trying to figure out if it's possible right now. That's why we have a second game that came out. Actually, it's not published yet. The prints should be here either 31st of March or beginning of April. So ready for more or less for the con season. And then we're gonna also start doing those licensing things with tiny games that are, well, let's say our games or the games I design. They don't have a lot of rules. They tend to be smaller books, like 80 pages, 64 pages, stuff like that. So it's easily digestible. It's not too expensive, although we had to increase the price just because of printing costs. Because my philosophy is that there are a lot of people that because of family, career, or anything else, they can't actually keep up reading 200 pages books on a monthly basis to just stay into their hobby. And we wanted to try and see if it's possible to create a product that actually caters the needs of people that have family and a career and still want to keep the hobby going. And we are basically searching other games that follow a similar philosophy and then maybe translate it to German. And also, as I said, we also want to actually translate our games into English just to see if we can also use the bigger market because we didn't really talk about the elephant in the room like Free League. I mean, they're from their country also has like 20 or less million people. So their market is also pretty small if they would keep publishing in their own language the whole time. So they also did the same thing. They went for the English market or English speaking market rather.
Mm.
I think that's the only way, to be honest. I mean, even with 100 million people, a fraction of that will be interested in role playing. It's hard. I mean, French is at least a language which is also spoken in other regions of this planet, while German is pretty much a very European-based language. And
Yeah,
there's
and
another thing.
also,
Well, sorry, there's another thing which we failed to mention, which is actually a hindrance for small businesses, is that the European Union always, in good faith when it comes to environment and everything, try to make new laws. And there's like a packaging law since 2019, which kind of was ignored for the time of the pandemic, but now is in full force, which means if I want to sell a product to, for example, France, because I'm making a French version, I need to work with a recycling company in France, and I kind of have to make a contract with them because I'm going to send stuff that is in packaging material to France.
mhm.
And wherever I send stuff to, I also have to have a company in this market that actually is I'm working with. So basically that I'm taking part in the recycling process of cardboard in their country, which is obviously something where as a big company would say like you, right you, it's your job now, right? So as a small company, it takes up space and time just to figure these things out as well. This is also I think that's a very European thing because the market itself is as big as the US market. I mean, we have approximately the same amount of people living in Europe or the European Union than we have in the United States. But the United States is one political construct in many ways, at least. So you don't have to figure out all those, in a way, local laws you have to adhere to, or you have to have like, I don't know, the everything, all the text on your page have to be in the language of the country you want to sell to, and all that kind of crap, which is harder for a tiny company to
Absolutely.
accomplish.
Absolutely. When I'm working with publishers that do crowdfunding and they're like one person companies, I'm like, kudos to you. I wish you all the best. But just realize that you're gonna be a creator, a business person, an accountant. You're gonna be a logistics expert, a production expert. You're gonna be probably an art designer, art director. You're gonna oversee so many different things. So keep that in mind. And indeed, like any regulation that might come into play, well, it's on your shoulders, right? Yeah, definitely. That's the thing. Did anything like on that behalf really change and impact you guys, Penny Dragon Games, Kyle, with like the Brexit and stuff? And how did you handle that? How does it look like? Like, do you have like external people that help you out with like accounting or custom declarations? Are you all doing it yourself? How does that look like?
So we're currently very focused, or like we have very much outsourced our logistics into fulfillment centers.
Hmm.
So we were originally working with just a single one in the US who handled a lot of that kind of stuff for us. And we've now recently, with our most recent Kickstarter that just finished late last year, we're working with a European Union one as well now. So we're starting to spread and grow. But yeah, logistics can be a nightmare, and if you can work with someone who can handle that and who is an expert in it, it makes life so much easier because they understand that that is their job is understanding what to do and how to get those products to where they need to be. Um, but yeah, as Nicholas said though, with the US, it's a big market that is all governed under under
Mm.
a certain its own laws. It's not I'm dealing with France's laws and Germany's laws and the UK's
Yeah.
laws, and so it does make it so much easier to work there. But also, there's a lot more popularity, I think, in the US market than within the European market for these games now. I mean, you look at the size of the cons there versus the European cons, and I think in the US it has grown the TTRPG market has grown so much bigger than Europe, and Europe is still trying to play catch up to that.
Yeah, that might be true. But so what would you say are the strengths we have as Europeans in the RPG market, if any, you think of? But of course, what do you think is unique, what we bring to the table that might not be
I
as common, for instance, in the US?
I think we have a depth of lore and folklore and creativity that stretches back a lot further than the American market. I mean, at the moment, we're publishing a Celtic themed setting book called Vagabond's Guide to Dalraida, and we were having a chat the other day about do we anglicize all of the Irish names, and I was like, and I said to one of the other guys who we was writing with, I was like, if there's any group that can learn to pronounce Gaelic names, it's the people who speak Elvish as a hobby. And I thought, it's great to be able to share those European stories with the wider world and with the market. And I think that's something that's definitely an advantage for us as European creators.
Yeah, I'd agree.
It, the diverse culture in general is another
Mhm.
thing I would like to add. I mean, I'm Greek living in Germany, and I mean, especially the part of Germany I live in, we have the Netherlands, Belgium, Luxembourg, and France just around the corner, which means that also all those regions are that they're influencing each other in a way, and some of them also changed owners quite a few times in our history. And it also is like each because we were, especially as indie developers, I mean, each culture also has a certain view on
Mm.
reality, I would say, and a certain logic behind it. Like even the different languages make people think differently. I mean, this is a well-known fact, which means that creative-wise, I think we have um, a huge bonus because we have such a diverse way of thinking.
Mm.
And actually, if we as Europeans would grow together in a creative way, especially let's say within countries that are loosely connected or neighboring and everything. I think that could actually be something which could turn out to be very beneficial. I mean, for example, the French, they love comics. For them, comics is
Mm.
culture. Germany, on the other hand, comics is for kids. So
Mm.
it's a completely different approach to the same topic, and I think role playing is in a way something that could be viewed more as a cultural thing than just being like for kids or game whatever. It also is something that actually carries a lot of culture, like cultural backgrounds.
Absolutely.
Like Carl said, I mean, you can easily do something which comes from the rich Irish folklore, especially in fantasy. I mean, this is amazing as a background. Um, and also, like most of the fantasy actually basically already draws from there. I mean, either that or maybe Norse mythology, and also from Greek mythology. I
Yeah.
mean, nearly every game has a minotaur in it, and it has
Mm.
nothing to do with the mythical creature, but it is like there's a minotaur, there's I don't know, a gorgon in there. Those are all creatures, and that's the thing. I mean, for them, it's just like take something funny out of a different culture, put it in my game, and have a monster. We actually have the culture uh, to back it up, and we can actually make more than just let's say, a combination of certain stats that you have to fight for.
Yeah.
And that's it.
Yeah. So now I really want to see like a game collaboration, like French, English, Irish, Italian, a game that like really brings it all together, right? Like a multiverse where you have all the cultural aspects mashed together. Um, but yeah, I definitely agree that there's a lot of yeah, things to find in these different cultures, and the fact that we all grow up being so close to other different countries that are sometimes really different from the country you live in, even though they're your neighbors, kind of opens you up to more diverse viewpoints. Yeah, and I think it's a great thing that there's so much of that's being released also in the creativity side of gaming. So yeah, I agree with that. And so do you guys have anything like you would like to see the gaming community in Europe evolve into? Do you think we are missing something here that might be available elsewhere in the US or elsewhere, by the way, because there are also other countries out there?
I think one of the big things that I've seen start to pop up is these adverts for like D&D in a castle, or these great scenic and memorable events for D&D and other role-playing games are starting to pop up. And I think for a long time, I think that's what the community was waiting for, was these chances to jump in on these things and to really get into these festivals. And I think that as a whole is helping the whole culture and group grow, and not just within the TTRPG space, but I mean, I think it's helping the LARP community grow. It's helping tabletop wargaming. It's a resurgence of everything that is meant to be geeky as a hobby is kind of growing at the moment, and I think D&D and a lot of role playing games are leading that charge at the moment.
Mm, yeah, that's for sure. Do you have anything on your wish list for the European gaming community to evolve into, Nicholas?
I don't know actually. I mean, Carl said a couple of very good things already. I mean, I myself think that at least because I know a little bit of the French role
Mm,
playing scene and the events he just mentioned. I mean, there are a couple of uh events in France that already were like that for like 10 or 15 years.
yeah,
But they weren't mainstream in a way. And I
mm,
think that's the
that's
basic
cool.
difference. I think that in what we actually need as Europeans is to have a little bit more of a mainstream approach to role playing and less gatekeeping, because I also think that but just it's a common problem in many um scenes, but like many role players kind of feel afraid of being overrun by people that come into the whole thing, and
Mm,
like they try to be like keep their treasures hidden, or I don't know. I mean, I don't know how to put it, but I just think people should be more welcoming to all
yeah.
the newcomers or people that are actually interested in the hobby, because they will basically do no harm.
Mm,
And I would also like to see that, let's say, other creatives in Europe would actually embrace role playing as much as other creatives did in the United States. I mean, I
yeah.
I said Stranger Things, just put like D&D in there, right? And which also gave it a little bit of a boost. Not that it needed one, but it still put it on the radar of so
Mm,
many more people. And we have, let's say, a lot of state-funded TV stations and with cultural projects and everything. And it would be nice to see them to discover that you could do something similar with all the different games from Europe. Um,
mm,
I mean, there are a lot of French games, for example, um, which are amazing. And if you would just do something with them in a different medium, that would be great. And I think the same goes with many other countries and their
mm.
games that are published.
Yeah, I think that's true. For me, I think there's one. It's like a much smaller part, but I kind of feel very strange because I feel it very differently in Europe, at least in France. I think it's similar in Germany. Maybe it might be better. Is a bit the openness of players about digital versions of games. In France, for instance, it's really tough to sell PDF versions because people
Yeah,
say
sorry.
it should be free, right? It's just a download, which is
Yeah,
tough because
that's
it's still a lot of work that goes into it, and that is different in the US. I know that in the US, some publishers they sell the PDFs for nearly the price of the printed version, and so people really embrace that. And I think that obviously for newer generations, technology will have a space somewhere. And right now, it's a bit like you talked about the gatekeeping, right? The players from the older times that have always played with the physical books that have a bit of a tough time to move to technical adaptations, online adaptations, and so it's like a weird space of where it's not doesn't make much sense to push digital versions of your books, and then you still want to do them to bring in new players and different people. Yeah, that's a very weird conundrum there, and where I really feel there is a difference between the, for instance, American market. I don't know how it's in Australia, or is it the whole English language market, or is it just specific to the US? That I don't know. But at least like in France, and I think a bit in Germany, yeah, I
oh,
really observe that as a difference.
I mean, Germany. I mean, we basically we sell the PDFs, our PDFs on drive-through RPG mostly. And I think like 2 or 3 years ago, we finally got over the fourth digit sales. Like
Yeah,
it's amazing how few people actually
yeah,
buy. Yeah. Um, the other thing is the pricing issue, of course. I mean, just as a publisher who also crunches all the numbers, in
mhm,
general, it's like a book that is printed is if it's at least the books I print, they're like 8 to 12 euros more expensive if I print them for myself. I mean that on my side it's like 12 euro difference. And I also started now because people don't buy that that PDFs anyway. I actually started to also adjust the prices accordingly, just
mm,
to make obvious for everybody that the only difference between a printed product and my product as a PDF, the pricing difference is just the difference it cost me as a
yeah,
publisher to print it. So because all the other work is the same. I mean, I'm still writing, people are still drawing the pictures and all that kind of stuff. The same work went uh, into the PDF. So I don't really, uh, logic wise, as a publisher, I don't see the difference. Why it should be way cheaper, just because it's digital.
yeah, and I think it's interesting that it's apparently a bit cultural because, like in the US, the discussion is very different than it is in Europe. At least in some of the parts I know. I don't know. I'm not as aware of all the countries either, but yeah, I thought that's an interesting point.
Yeah, but it's also the products that come along with that. I mean, all the like virtual tabletops and all that kind of stuff. And I think it also the pandemic changed that a little bit. Like I think people
Mm,
started using those tools a little bit
a
more
bit.
because they
Mm,
couldn't actually play at a table and set things up on the table. And I'm kind of curious, if how many people actually just return to the olden days now that they
mm,
can actually sit around the table again, or how many people actually start to have some sort of multimedia setup
mm.
while they're gaming. And that's going to be interesting to see. And then I think
Yeah,
that's a development that is actually just starting in
absolutely.
Germany, maybe Europe. I think the US is already far ahead of us
Way
when
ahead.
it comes to
Yeah, that's for sure.
Yeah, I think D&D Beyond has definitely
Yeah,
proven that.
definitely. Yes. So to wrap up, I'd have maybe a final question for you guys. You talked a bit about conventions earlier, Nicolas, but you, as a small European publisher, and Kyle, you mentioned that someone from your team is over at Garricon right now. What are your habits about going to conventions internationally speaking? Do you go there? Does it make sense? And how? Yeah, how is your take on that?
So at the moment, we're kind of putting together our con scene for this year and into next year, which is at the moment we're aiming to do a mix of a few US cons, a few European cons. I mean, obviously the easiest cons for us to hit are the UK ones. So I think we're going to be doing most of those, but we're trying to put it into a mix of all of those to, in essence, see how many people we can meet and how much we can expand our reach within using this as a new medium that we've now had a chance to get to.
Okay.
Yeah. If you don't have an English game, well, it's pretty, let's say, illogical to go to an English-speaking convention. Luckily, I have the Spiel, which I mentioned, which is an international fair around the corner. So we always have a booth there, and we always set up there. And as if we have an English product at some point, we're gonna probably start showing it at Spiel, and if there is big interest already on the Spiel, we probably will at first just go to um, yeah, the UK to try and see how it works over there, and yeah, also try to distribute it digitally, because I think the
Mm.
way I mean, I don't know the numbers. I mean, I have no idea how much sales I would generate in English so far. But if it's anywhere close to the German sales, it wouldn't really make any sense to buy a plane ticket or rent a booth on one of the big conventions in the United States.
It's very expensive.
No, yeah. Um, Therefore, this is a little bit into the future. But I mean, I would never say never.
Yeah. Well, thank you very much. I think there have been no questions in the chat so far. Do you have anything you would like to add before we wrap this up? Maybe Kyle, you have something you would like to add from your perspective?
No, nothing I can think of. It's just really amazing to always be part of this community and to see how this community grows and how it supports each other, and in everything we do. I think this community just continues to prove to be amazing.
Yes, well, awesome. Thank you, Kyle. The little voice in our heads just told us to announce the next thing coming up is gonna be Child, and I don't know what was the last part I would say.
There will be a 5-minute break. Yeah,
There
we
will
all
be
have
a
the
short
same
break.
voices in our head.
Yeah, we all have the same voices in our head. At least we are connected here. Well, thank you so much. Any final words, Nicholas, before we head off?
No, enjoy GaryCon. That's basically it. I mean, enjoy
Yes,
the whole program. I think
absolutely.
it's this thing is one of the most amazing things people set up. I mean, it's basically also was born during the pandemic, and the fact that GaryCon kind of developed into something where people around the globe actually participate, at least on a digital scale, that's amazing. And I hope that this is in the future won't be the only convention that actually does that.
Absolutely.
I
I
know
think
for a
it's
fact
great.
actually there's another one that will soon chime in Germany probably.
Nice. Good to hear. Thank you, everybody. Thank you. Bye bye.
Cheers.
Bye bye.
Let's see you get out of this. Blast it! This is not over. Die, die, die! This time you will fall before my might. Come on. Yes!
you can hear us? There is sound. Is there?
Testing, testing. 1, 2, 3.
This isn't very convincing. Perfect.
Okay.
Perfect. All right. So let's try again with sound. Again, welcome to all of you. We're gonna play Sphere Child today. It's a small independent pen and paper RPG about adventures on multiple worlds, like a sci-fi world and a fantasy world. I am Maike. I am a part of the developer team of Sphere Child. I'm gonna run the game today, and I'm gonna give you an overview about the game, of the rules and all that, and then we're gonna have some fun and actually play a short little adventure. These two gentlemen, introduce yourself.
Yes, I am Sigge from Iceland and happy to be here.
My name is Olavi. I'm from Finland and also happy to be here.
Thank you. All right. Sphere Child, as mentioned before, is about playing adventures on multiple worlds. We call them spheres. Essentially, you play on one world. For example, on the fantasy world, and you're trying to destroy a very powerful ancient ring. But you can't quite get to the volcano where you have to destroy it, because the location of the volcano has been hidden by your opponent. But it has been hidden not on your world, but it has been hidden on a different world, for example, a science fiction world. So your opponent may be able to get there, but you're not, because, well, you are, normal people, so to say, compared to your possible opponents. You can't get to the location that hides the location of the volcano. So you have to find a way to get that information. And your partners on a different world, that sci-fi world, for example, where the location is hidden, well, the location of the volcano is hid. Am I explaining this well?
Yeah, makes
Yeah.
sense.
The hint that you're looking for is on the sci-fi world. You can't get there, but your partners on the science fiction world can get there. You have a connection in your mind with people on other worlds. So you can't go there yourself, but you can tell your partners, "Hey, please help us out. Check for this. Try to give us this information so we can continue here." So you get to a challenge you can't overcome on your world. You have to do something on a different world. Then you hopefully fix that. You can come back to your own world and continue with your story. But the interesting thing is that you don't, like normally you would, you don't take your character to a different world, but instead you switch characters, and you get to play different people in one game session. So each of you would have a character for each world that we're playing on. We're going to play on a fantasy world, on a science fiction world today. So each of you is going to have 2 characters. And when we get to the point where we just can't continue on that one world, we switch characters, we continue with the new characters, and at some point we switch back, and so on and so forth. For us, it's going to be. I'm not going to spoil anything. So far, so good. That's the basic premise of Sphere Child. Have I explained this well enough? Do you get it?
I think so, yeah.
Yeah, I believe so also.
Perfectly. All right. If there's any sort of questions, just ask, okay, and we'll solve all of that.
Yep.
Okay, now with that out of the way, let's go into a bit more detail. So you're gonna play Sphere Child, Sphere Children, Sphere Childs, and these Sphere Childs, they are essentially normal people, but they do have two features that distinguishes them from other people on your world. You have the connection to other Sphere Childs on other worlds. Those are your Sphere siblings. And you do have a couple of special powers. For example, you might be able to share your senses with someone from your group. So if Siggy's character can see something, let's say he's a rogue, he's snuck somewhere, he can see something, he's scouting the place, he could, for example, share his senses to it's Oladi, right?
Oladi.
To Oladi, if that was your power. Each character has 3 of them. They're unique for the most part. All of you should, well, I mean, everybody has a unique power. Something like I can teleport my dagger into my hand, so you can't disarm me. Or I don't know, I can cast a spell particularly well. Each group on each world shares a power, for example, sharing the sensors, or communicating telepathically. And every character has the power to borrow an attribute or a skill or something from another character. So no, from your sphere sibling. Let's say Siggy is playing the rogue on the fantasy world, but he's not particularly strong, but he has to lift something heavy, and he's playing a soldier on the science fiction world. He could borrow the strength of that character and lift that heavy thing on the fantasy world, even though he's normally weak. So you get the connection to your sibling on a different world, and you got special powers, which are noted on your character sheet. That's what separates your characters from completely ordinary people. But otherwise, you are normal. You die like them, and you can't leave your world and go to a different world. That is something that kind of damages the spheres. That's sort the process of transferring things or creatures from one world to another actually damages them. And you are actually supposed to stop that and try to protect them and try to keep them healthy, to keep a balance, essentially.
Yep.
So far, so good.
Yep.
Perfect.
Going good.
So, each of these worlds has something that's kind of unique. For example, on the fantasy world, they've got magic, classic. On the science fiction world, they've got very unique. Let me actually show you some teaser images. They've on the science fiction world, they've got high technology, very advanced stuff. You can see the bird guy. That's on the fantasy world, for example. There's a couple different races. There's, for example, these bird people who are very aggressive. There's the chick. Those are very small people. You're gonna see one later on, who are very advanced, very clean, very sophisticated, very arrogant. People say they're like mages usually and stuff like that. There's humans who are completely boring. And there is lizard people who are they live in dungeons and they dig for gems, and they're very shady folk. Magic is very common on the fantasy world. Every small village has a magician or a healer or something like that. There are gods, they do have power. It's basically how you imagine a classic fantasy world, except there's the races are a little bit more interesting and not just, an elf or a dwarf. And the sci-fi world, you see an image of that one in the bottom right corner with that giant robot. It does spread across many solar system. There is interplanetary travel. You can go past light speed. There is, the usual laser weapons and that sort of stuff, but there's no shields or teleportation or these very, very advanced technology. There is also no magic on that world. Yes. There's again humans who are boring. There is Narg. They are a bit like they're very very militant. They sometimes start wars just for fun. Very strong guys. There is Mbani. They're a bit like giant grasshoppers. They're traders and spies. There is Enrai, who are very slim, very tall, very cold aliens who just any experiment you can imagine, they've probably done it. And they've done the worst kinds of tests on humans, animals, anything. So that's a basic overview about of the spheres which we're going to use. Any questions so far to these?
I think it's all right.
Sorry?
I'm good.
Perfect. Perfect. You do see two other images. We're not going to play on these worlds, but one of them essentially is about ghosts and ghost hunting, and the other one is about a world as we know today, but with people who can like shapeshift and have superpowers. But we're going to play on the fantasy world and on the science fiction world. Okay. So that's a very basic overview over the setting and the game itself. Now let's get to the characters, shall we?
Yep.
Okay.
You should be able to see on Roll20 a folder on the right side, which is called player characters. Or if you're not seeing the folder, you should at least be able to see the character sheets. They the handouts.
Yep.
All right.
Yep. See them.
So we're gonna start on the science fiction world. Okay, so let's pick the science fiction characters first. We've got 4 of them. There is a Marauder. That's a Narc, one of these militant guys. We've got a pirate. That is a human. We have got a doctor. That's one of the NRI, one of the cold scientists. And we do have a spy who's one of the Mbani. You should be able to open them, see the character sheet. You can pick anything you like, and you can pick a completely different character on the other world. You can play like a soldier here, and you can play a magician on the other world. It's all possible, whatever you prefer.
I also think I'll take the Narc, the Marauder.
Perfect.
Well, I'll just go with the. I'll go with the medic.
Yep.
If I'm correct, Ugionera. If it's
Exactly.
okay.
Exactly. That's a beautiful pronunciation. The rules are very simple. When you look at the character sheet, okay, there's a lot of stuff that's not that important. Your name, your race, your profession. Those are all basically just they influence numbers in the end. Okay. You could come up with a completely unique race or profession. Those are just presets that influence your stats. So don't worry about them. What is important is that you do see attributes and you see skills. General skills, weapon skills, magic. Well, you don't have magic here, but there would be magic skills.
Yeah, I was looking at the
Essentially,
mage.
come again.
I was looking at the mage, so yeah.
Basically, when you roll, because it's not entirely clear whether you can do something or you can't, you roll a d20. You take the number you roll on the d20, for example, a 10, and you add the number that is written behind the skill or the attribute. Basically. So let's say you want to heal somebody, you make a check on medicine. Let's say you roll again a 10, and your medicine value is 15. Your total result would be 25, and that's a decent result.
Yeah. So you can get quite high numbers in this game.
You can get quite high numbers,
Yeah.
which makes rolling a bit more reliable.
Yeah.
And in some cases, the value you have might already be sufficient for the task, so you might not even have to roll.
So there's no rolling 1 for critical failure.
You could avoid that. There is a roll. There is a 1 for critical failure. There is a 20 for critical success.
Yeah.
But if you don't have to roll, you can avoid that, for example.
Okay, that makes sense.
It is a little bit more complicated when it gets to some fringe cases of some things. Don't worry about that. And weapons are slightly more complicated in that they have 2 values, basically. There's one for attacking, and then there's one for defending. And when you attack, you roll a d20, you add the value that says A. And when you're defending, you roll a d20, and you add the value that says P. You do have a plus and minus sign behind that. That's a modifier that you can use, and for example, you have a +2 on your laser rifle. You can put that on the attack damage, for example, and not the damage, on the attack roll, and attack more precisely, or you can put that on the defending roll and defend yourself a little better. That's up to you. But it boils down to just using the A or the P, basically, to do the thing you do with the other skills. And there's damage, obviously, that you roll if you hit, but don't worry about that. When we fight, I can come back to that and explain it again. Once you get going, it gets pretty simple.
All right.
Okay, and you do actually have powers down there. You can borrow a skill, that's the skill transfer or the attribute. On the sci-fi world, you can share your senses, and on the fantasy world, you can communicate telepathically. And each of you has a unique power, which usually explains the power in brackets. When you use a power, you normally I would put a little gemstone on the table, 8 gemstones, glass stones, and you would expand one of them and put it away when you use a power. We don't have the gemstones here, but I have a little symbol for that when we get to the maps and we get to actually playing. So basically, you expend one of these sphere points when you use your powers. All of you share these sphere points, both of you, but just use them. Don't be too greedy. You're gonna have enough of them. So just use your powers when you feel you might need them.
Okay.
Okay, so we've got the medic and we've got the soldier on the sci-fi world. I think I've heard the magician on the fantasy world.
Yeah, they're gonna take the mage on the fantasy world.
I'll take the hunter then.
Perfect. Exactly the same rules. Obviously, just they flavored a little differently. For example, you could have medicine on the fantasy world. You use plants for healing. On the sci-fi world, you would use like syringes and pills and stuff. You can be equally good. Basically, it's just it just looks different essentially. Okay. So the mage. We're gonna streamline the magic a little bit here. Normally there's a table where you can craft the spells on your own as you like on the fly. It does take a little bit of time to get used to that system. So for today we'll just use a couple of pre-built spells, or if you say, well, you're completely dissatisfied with that one thing, I want to make it a little bit bigger or something, we'll just do that on the fly, okay?
Yep, sounds good.
Your mage I believe, can cast illusions and control the air.
Yep.
Exactly. You can like make a little shield of air, or you can like make the air hover you above the ground, or like an air damage spell, all the cool stuff.
Yeah.
And same goes for illusions. Basically, anything you can imagine, you're kind of able to do one way or another.
Yeah, that sounds good.
Perfect. All right. So there's one thing I should mention before we start playing. Your opponents. There's a couple of different creatures who have their own agenda and who might want to damage the spheres, or who might want to abuse the spheres. Some of them can travel between them and take things with them. Others might be able to communicate like you and coordinate across worlds. Others might be able to influence both worlds at the same time. And when they do these things, they sort of create an imbalance between the worlds, and that can afflict the other worlds. For example, if you I don't know, let's say I kidnap somebody on my world, like I kidnap somebody on the fantasy world, take them to the science fiction world. That's something bad, that's very criminal, and something like that could create it's called an echo on on a completely different world, and could, I don't know, maybe make the organized crime much worse suddenly. And when the organized crime gets out of hand, that could trigger another echo on a different world. And essentially, when these evil creatures start messing with the worlds, they create chaos, and that chaos kind of swaps over and afflicts other worlds, and can create strange effects on worlds and supernatural effects, so to say. That just as a keep that in your mind. And I think we've went through everything, and we can just lay back and play now. And if you forget something, that's completely okay. We'll figure everything out. Okay, so just
Yeah.
relax and let's have fun.
Cool.
Okay.
That's always a lot of explaining when you start playing Sphere Child.
Yes. I mean, that's that with all games, I think, or most games.
One more sip of tea.
Hmm.
No whiskey. Perfect. So, by the way, the kind of stuff that you may need for your character, weapons or a little computer or like a, I don't know, a bag with sand for a thief, whatever you need, you got the stuff, okay? Don't worry about that. Forget about the ammunition, you've got that. And if you want to switch up the gender or whatever, just do what the hell you like, okay? It doesn't matter.
Yep.
All right. So I'll move you to the map of the fantasy world real quick. It's do you see it?
Yes.
Yes.
Perfectly. So, you have been hired by a mining corporation. So you know each other, all right? You when you're not saving the world, you do the occasional adventurer job to earn your money. You have been hired to investigate some peculiar occurrences on a mining station in an asteroid field. The mining company, it's called ESA Kaleos. Let me. I'll post it in the chat here. That's how you write it, spell it. They have made you a decent offer. They're gonna pay you an amount of money. It's 1,000 credits each of you. That's quite a lot of money. You can live with that for. Well, you can live quite modestly for a month. They've promised you 1,000 credits up front, and they've promised you another 1,000 credits once you complete the job. What the job is about, basically. This mining station, it's a little bit remote. You don't easily get there. It's a little isolated. There is a handful of people on there, engineers normally. And they do have a connection with the main headquarters. But this connection, the contact just stopped. The systems all seem to be working. There's an algorithm that checked everything. So technically, everything should be fine. But nobody is responding when they call the station. So the mining company has hired you to go there to take a look at the situation, to find out what happened or what is happening, to well, potentially try and help them if there's, like, I don't know, some small issue. If there's a bigger issue, you can just report back, and they're gonna send an engineer who can, like, fix up the systems if they for some reason are actually broken, something like that. So find out what happened. Like immediate help where applicable, and in case something strange, completely strange has happened, get a copy of the data from the main computer of the station. They've given you a little device that you can just plug into the system when you get to the main computer. That will do the copy for you. So you just have to basically fly there, get in the station, and take a look around. So far, so good. They will actually provide you with a spaceship, a small, fast spaceship, and a pilot who can bring you there. He's very well trained, and he'll get you through that asteroid field because none of you is a trained pilot yourself. He's there for you. If you need anything else, you can let them know. They'll give it to you if they can. Yes. So far, do you have any questions for to the executive who have hired you?
What was the last transmission that they sent?
It was an update, basically. Something like everything's fine. The systems are running. Mining is proceeding as planned. And just an ordinary status report.
Maybe another question would be, did the place have any kind of what kind of security? Like how high level?
The station itself is not armed. It is decently well armored. So you couldn't just, if like occasionally you get a pirate ship flying by or something and then trying to rob a station. That's rather difficult with this one because they do have quite good armor, and they do have a very secure connection to call for backup when things go south. The station is not armed itself, but they do have for absolute emergencies. They do actually have one security guard on the station, who is armed with a laser rifle and a laser pistol.
All right.
Okay.
I think, I don't need any more information. We just get going.
Same here.
Perfect. They do give you the access code for the entry to the station, and they do give you a list of the people who are in the station. It's like 6 people, 5 engineers, one senior. Well, one of them is a senior engineer, and 1 security guard. So 6 people total.
Yep.
They are Banrista. That's an alien race, which is very they're into machinery and spaceships and technology, that sort of stuff. Perfect. So you've gotten on the little spaceship. The pilot is a friendly guy, very casual, very confident. He takes you to the asteroid field. It takes about 8 hours. It's a pretty calm ride. You do get to talk to him a bit, or you can rest, whatever you prefer.
Yeah, just
And
prep my weapon.
eventually, come again?
I just prepare my weapons. Make sure they're clean and ready.
They're absolutely pristine. Um, exactly. Perfectly clean. The pilot is a little bit intimidated because it's very big guns for a big man. Eventually, you approach the station. It is in a part of the asteroid field which is a little bit tricky to reach, not particularly tricky, but it does take some skill. You get there without any issues. However, when you actually get to approach the station and you can start to see it in the distance, something a little strange is going on around the station. So you do get the impression that there's a sort of thin kind of mist hanging in the asteroid field. That's a little bit unusual. It things like that can happen from time to time, but it's unexpected here.
All right. Let's go carefully through that. We're not might be fuel or something leaking from the station.
Yeah, see, it is a little bit weird thinking about this, that no emergency, but we still need to go. So let's look around with care in mind.
You slowly approach the station, slowly entering that slight mist, and you do there's a bit of for a moment the systems seem to struggle a little bit. They keep running on the spaceship, but you do get the impression that there was a short little moment where there was like a small lack of power and the screens turned black for a second. But you can get closer to the station. You don't see any damage. Seems to be perfectly intact. And if you would like, you could try to dock at the station.
Yeah, I think that's what we can do. Just try to dock with it and carefully entry. I'll go first.
So the pilot carefully maneuvers the ship closer to the dock, and the mist is a little bit thicker again, and it is a bit. There's again a little power shut off and a second one, and it keeps running. But the pilot says, "Guys, I'm a little nervous about this. Okay, so I can dock here, but tell you what, I'll once you're on the station, I'll move the ship back, okay, out of the mist, and when you need to get off the station again, I'll come get you. Takes maybe 2 minutes or something."
Sounds like a plan.
Better be close.
As close as you can. All right, so he maneuvers the ship to the dock. He there is a there is a facility that basically he can land on a platform. Okay, you should now be able to see that. Wait a minute. We don't have the pirate. And we don't have the spy. So he's gonna land there for a moment. You have suits that protect you from space, so you can hop out of the ship. Then he takes off again, and you can see that he flies away, but he stays as close as he can.
Yeah.
So now you're on the station, and on the platform, the landing platform. In front of you, as you can see, there's this doorway.
Mm-hmm.
There's a little terminal. a computer terminal, and the doors are currently closed as they should be.
Yeah, I carefully get up to the door and put in the access code and see if I can get entry.
Exactly. Can, by the way, move your tokens if you like. Feel free to do whatever you like. And you should be able to adjust your hit points in case you get hit at some point. It's unlikely, but just saying. You enter the code, but it doesn't work.
Strange. I'll try again and try to make sure like it is correct one.
It is the correct code, but the terminal doesn't accept it.
Is there anything else around us that we can see? Another terminal, some kind of other access point into the place?
There is no other doorway or something like that. There is a tiny little door, but that's probably just for you would find like cables and stuff behind that for accessing them and fixing them up or something. That's close to the terminal, but there's no second entryway into the station.
Can I get a grip on the door so I might be able to force it open?
Yes,
pull
it's a little tricky, but you can actually you can grip that. The there's a there's some sort of it's probably for to make it more stable. The door is not just a blank
Mhm.
steel, but there is some sort of bars
Yes.
that make it more stable, and you could touch them and try to pull it open potentially.
I'm gonna try that. Try to pull it open.
Perfect.
If
So
possible, am I
tell me
capable of
again.
helping here by possibly using the attribute and skill transfer from my other sphere sibling to get some strength from him and then help with this door?
Should be possible. So you borrow the skill, not the skill, the attribute. Okay. I'm gonna just quickly take one of the sphere points. You you tap into the strength of your sibling, the hunter on the other world, and you can quickly, feel that strength flowing through your arms and your body. And the two of you, each of you grab one of the doors, possibly, and try to drag it open. And let's say one of you rolls on their strength, just a normal d20, plus the number next to your strength score. And because you are two, you get to roll a second time and take the better result.
Right. Then I'll just roll. Yeah, okay. We rolled each. So, and let's take the 10 then, and mine is plus 17, so for 27.
Oi, that's a lot. Yeah, it is a sturdy door, but it's hard, but it's not too hard. It takes a moment, and after like 10 seconds or something, you can actually squeeze it open wide enough to squeeze yourself in to hold it in place. Behind that door there is the what do you call it? An airlock or something?
Yep.
There's an extra room
Yep.
that you take to that is used for getting in and out without losing the air on the station.
Yep.
It's an empty room. The light is working. It does flicker occasionally, but it is lit. There's a couple of spacesuits in there, but no danger as far as you can say.
I tried to close the door behind us, or did it close automatically?
If the two of you slip in and then just, let it close itself, the door will actually close itself automatically.
Okay. Okay.
Okay.
It's a safety mechanism.
And then
Um,
I go inside and I try the code on the second door.
Let me quickly. Oh, sorry, that made it worse. Here. So there's your room. There's another door. Similar to the first one. It's not quite as sturdy, but it is a sturdy door. You try the code again, and again it fails.
Can I try maybe hacking the terminal using the because I have some science, so I might be able to do something about this.
All right.
Is it possible?
Do you have the technology skill?
Hold up.
Check.
No, I don't think I
Okay,
have.
so you can actually try to hack into it. I would say you could possibly apply a bit of science. Let's say you have a little device with you, and you plug it into the terminal, and you attempt to get into it through some IT backdoor, and roll the d20 and use half of your science skill as the bonus.
Okay. Let's see. Oh my. It's a
Ooh.
natural
That-
one.
That didn't turn out too well. So you
It'll be about. I'm gonna roll it down from since it's 13, so I'm gonna just say 6, so it's gonna be 7. So we will see also what's gonna happen with the critical failure here.
you you find the back door, but you can't quite get in. You do your best. You try all sorts of things, but after 5 failed attempts, it does actually it does shut the terminal for a couple of minutes, and you do see that there's like a little light, blinking, indicating some sort of notification to the people who are in control of the system in the main control room. So if there is somebody, they would know that you're here now. If they haven't
Well,
noticed your ship or something like that, they definitely know now.
maybe I should have
Okay.
asked them first before trying to hack in. But well, I will start with the good old hello world and ask, are you still there? Can someone open the airlock? The airlock door?
Yeah, the inner airlock.
When you do that, you don't actually get a response. There is just there's nothing. You attempt to call, okay, and you see that the system is technically working. That the call should be received, but there's just no answer.
I'm gonna do one thing just in case of emergency. That I'm going to take the explosives that I have, and I'm gonna place it on the outer door.
Okay.
You never know when you need a speedy exit, and I want to have it prepared on that door.
Clever. Yeah. You prepare the door. You have some plastic explosives with you. You can put it in the right places, and you should be able to blow the door up and get out quickly.
All right. Shall we try to brute force this door then?
I guess that is going to be our only option.
All right. I take a grip on it and I try to rip it open with a 27 again.
That's-
Oh, help. And
That's
It's gonna-
enough. It's not quite as sturdy as the first door. You do get to open that a little easier. There's a small little corridor and another door. Basically, there's a couple of modules in the station, and each of them is connected through another small airlock for security reasons and safety and stuff. You can get into that airlock. You can close the door. The door closes behind you again, and I just assume you can open the door. The next one as well, and you can open that as well if you like.
Yeah, I'm gonna open that door.
Perfectly. So you open the door and you do see a big room in front of you. It is a sort of living space. There's a bunch of tables. There's a few entertainment machines, for films or for games. There's a kitchen unit with a fancy machine that can produce any sort of food that you could wish for out of a gray substance.
Hmm.
And you do actually you do notice that a few of the chairs and tables are actually on the ground, thrown around, and you do see two people standing in the room. They are the type of alien that you would expect on the station. They are both Banrista, and they do look like engineers. They have a practical suit that they're wearing, and they just stand there and stare at one of the entertainment terminals.
So you are alive. Why haven't you been responding to the hails? I say to them.
You said at the start, when we were coming here, that the people who are here, they are very tech savvy, and do I recognize these people as the same that you were talking about?
It is the same race as them, and you do, if you've looked at the photos that you received, you do actually recognize them.
Okay.
They are part of the engineering crew. You
Okay.
address them, and
Yeah,
they
step
do
inside.
come again.
I'm gonna take a step inside.
Perfect. Yeah. Please, by all means. They do slowly turn around and glance at you with slightly confused eyes.
You alright?
You look at them for a moment. You wait for an answer, and then both of them actually pull a small laser pistols
Okay.
boy.
and aim at you and would open fire.
Alright. Then I pull up my rifle and do the same.
Same here.
So, in combat, there's initiative. we're gonna streamline it a little bit. There's a more complicated rule for initiative, but let's keep it a little bit more simple and cinematic. And I'll just say we'll wait a minute. What is your dexterity?
Whom?
Mine is 13.
Mine is 12.
All right. So I'll just let them start because they've got better dexterity, and we'll just take turns, stay and and so on and so forth. That's a little bit more straightforward and easier to keep track of if you're not into the simulation kind of gritty type of play. Both of them pull a small laser pistol. It's nothing to be afraid of, is what the soldier would say. The medic, guns. They aim at you. The one to the left aims at the soldier, and the one to the right aims at the soldier as well, actually, because well, you just look a whole lot more frightening.
Yep.
So they shoot at you, and now you can roll for. You can actually roll for dodging. There is a specific roll noted on your sheet that says
Yeah.
dodge. Just roll a d20 at the number, because you're being shot at and you can't like protect yourself with the rifle itself. That's
So
a very good
21.
dodge.
Yeah, 21 for dodge.
Both of them aim at you, fire, but the shots just hit the wall behind you. You make a quick movement and you can shoot back if you like.
Yeah. Can I move as well?
Yes.
So I'm gonna take 2 steps to my left and then fire at the one directly in front of me. And
Go ahead.
let's see.
Remember, you can put the plus minus on the attack or on the defense, or you can split it up however you like.
So the A part of the weapon I can split up if I want.
No, so there's an A
Or,
and there's a
yeah.
P, and then
Yeah.
behind it there's a plus and a minus.
Okay. Yeah.
And that plus minus is a bonus that you can use whichever way you like.
Okay. I'm gonna stick with just using the number I have for my weapon and use the bonus for my damage. So that would be 25 to hit. I have a plus 12 on the A.
5 to hit. You can't actually put it on the damage, I'm afraid. You do
Okay.
automatic. It's already factored in. You get it on the damage,
Okay.
but you like it's automatically on there.
I get you.
Um.
And then it's yeah,
What was the attack roll again?
25.
Brutal. So, the one in front of you, he does take a step back when you approach him, and he's you do notice he's a little bit something is weird with him, and he doesn't quite react quickly enough, and you do hit him, and you actually hit him quite well, and because you rolled much higher than he did, you get a bonus die to your damage. So you can roll the normal damage you get. It's
Is it?
something like 2d6 or something plus
It's
something.
yeah. It's 3d6 plus 4.
Exactly. And you do get an additional d6 on top of that, so you can just roll 4d6 plus 4 it is, I think.
Let's just 1, 2, 3, 4. So that would be 2, 4, 8, 9, 10, 11. There will be 15 points of damage.
You can write
Is it
1d20, 2d20, or 1d6, 2d6, and so on and so forth to let the
Yeah.
yeah,
Yeah.
if you prefer
I
that.
found it. I found it. Yeah.
Um, you do hit him very very solidly, and he blinks and just he collapses. You don't think he's dead,
Good.
but he's unconscious.
How much movement do I have per for my round or something like that?
It is equal to your dexterity in meters.
Okay.
And I would just say, for the sake of simplicity, assume that 1 field equals 1 meter.
Okay, then I'm just gonna go and step over him and towards the other one to be a bigger threat. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 meters I go. It's half my dexterity.
I believe you do have 2 attacks per round, don't you?
I actually do, yeah, that's correct.
Exactly.
And
So
I'm
you
just gonna,
can attack a
yeah,
second time.
that's a less, so that's a 17 to hit.
Strange, I can't access their hit points. A 17 to hit. You do hit, similar to the first one, although it's not quite as bad, so just normal damage, but that's still a lot.
That's 14 points of damage to him.
14 points of damage. It's weird. That one does get hit, but she actually stays on her feet. And she's about to shoot at you again. What does the medic do?
Well, since I see that the last one is still up, I think I also need to assist with this. I will try to use the laser pistol.
Yes.
So I will just making sure, and I'll just put my the +1 into that. So let's go with a D20. At least I got a good roll this time. And that's gonna be 23, I think. Yeah, 23 to hit.
You while she's distracted, you can easily hit her, and you can deal your normal damage.
Okay, so that would be the 2W6 plus 1, so 2D6. And that would be +1, so 7 damage, if I'm correct.
And you you do get a good shot, and actually hit her straight in the head, and she just collapses and she is dead.
Well, at
There's
least
a
we
little
have
bit of
one.
smoke in the air from the firing. There's a few holes in the walls now. A few more actually, more than you took shots at. They took shots at the wall, so there must have been a firefight prior to this. But within a minute, the dust settles and everything is calm.
My character will go to the person who is unconscious and does a medicine. What is like the situation with this person? Is it like if I don't give first aid now, this person will die, or can I do a quick checkup on why did they just attack us randomly with
All right,
the medicine?
so you check on them. It's a guy, and he currently is unconscious. He does seem to be somewhat stable. He's in bad condition, but he won't die. Just like that. Um, he's been hit badly by one of the laser shots, and it has burned him heavily, but he's not losing any blood or something like that. And the wound is cauterized, because of the high energy of the plasma.
Mm.
Um, you do check on them a little bit, and give me a roll on medicine. And
Okay.
you can actually you have a little specialization, which says first aid. I'd say you can actually roll with that one. So you can take the 17 instead of the 13. Specializations give you a bonus of +4. That's already factored in the values there.
Yep. Okay, well, let's roll. It's 26. It's gonna be the roll, and at the same time when I'm stabilizing this guy, I'm gonna like kick the pistol away from him so that if he suddenly just comes back to like wakes up, I'll make sure that he doesn't instantly go back to shooting us.
You disarm him. No problems at all. You don't have to do much. Okay, you can you could apply some sort of bandage to the wound, or something similar to that. There's like you can just get one of these special prepared medical tapes and put it above it, above the wound, to protect it from infections. But he is quite stable, so on his own. What you do notice, though, when you check on him, while looking for other wounds, you do actually notice that he doesn't seem to have a pulse, and you believe that his neck is broken.
Okay. I turn around to Moroder and tell him we might have been correct to kill that one guy, and we might have to do it to this person also, since
Okay.
they are not alive.
They seem pretty alive to me.
Medically, he is dead.
Then let's make sure. And I pull out my rifle and just put one in his head.
Yeah, nothing really changes except that the head is gone, obviously.
Yeah.
Still on pulse.
And I go check on the other one, that like if he should be more dead than his body reveals.
There, well, that one actually also has a broken neck. And that one definitely is not a threat because, well, the head is shot as well. So, I mean, there can't be. But the neck is broken as well. No pulse.
Is when we are talking about the neck being broken, is it like broken, like there are bruisings around it, or is like there might be something like something that has? Is there like how do I say this? Is there a hole that could something gone through other than a bullet or a laser that has gone through?
You suspect that there's actually nothing that entered the body responsible for that, but that it was just brute force, essentially. Like if you grab someone and you apply so much pressure that you break the neck, you do see there are some bruises or something. The kind of wound that you would expect if you found somebody like who had been attacked like that, strangled, and then the neck had been broken. There's some bruises or something like that. you know, the way you would expect in a corpse, actually, not in a living body. So it does look a little strange considering they just walked.
Okay.
Okay, I guess we should try to find the rest of the crew.
Well, let's hope that we don't have to fight against them also. What is on the bottom right? Is that a terminal also?
That is essentially a very advanced TV, like a home cinema terminal.
Ah, okay.
And the table here, that's a gaming table. And then there's that food machine and a bit more storing for kitchen supplies, that sort of stuff.
Okay. So we don't also find anything from these bodies that might, like any other than maybe like their guns and what they're wearing. Do we find anything else?
They do have a couple of tools with them, a screwdriver, or you know that stuff, but nothing particularly interesting. No key cards or something of that kind.
Okay. I guess we will continue to the next area.
Yeah. All right, I check the door, see if it opens without force.
You do actually have to apply force again.
Okay, then I try to rip it open with a 20, almost I think 30 something if it's strength. 36 if it's a strength check.
That is more than enough. Easily, you're getting good at this. You open the door. You can both enter the airlock again, and you can also open the next door.
Yep.
And you enter the next room.
I will stay about 2 meters behind, just in case that we don't get absolutely blown away.
Yep, I'll tank that.
When you open the second airlock, you see a very big creature standing in the hallway. It does carry two laser cannons.
Oh boy.
It does have spikes on its skin, thorns. It's about 3 meters tall. It's even taller than our soldier is, and it does. It appears to just wait for you to open the door, and it immediately opens fire.
Okay.
Well, I
So,
guess.
Roll your dodge roll, Siggy.
Mm-hmm. That'll be a 9.
All right, so you do get hit by one of the laser cannons. Actually, they are pretty devastating. But you are fortunately wearing a suit of armor.
Yeah, I'm wearing heavy
So
armor.
normally you would see. You would receive 18 points of damage, but you have an armor value of 12, if I recall correctly.
Yes.
So that gets subtracted from the damage. So 18 minus 12 is 6, so it's just 6
6,
points of
yeah.
damage for you.
Yeah. And then I am at 36. Okay.
The second shot just hits the wall and leaves a giant hole.
Okay. is there any sort of cover I can see immediately in the room, or like to the left? Is that a side corridor?
That is a side corridor, and there is a little door that's on the right, but that's
Yeah.
closed right now.
And it's my turn.
Oh yeah, we haven't rolled
It's
initiatives.
well, you don't have to roll. Just I think technically our medic would be faster than our soldier, so
Okay.
you could actually start earlier, but actually that creature is actually quicker than both of you.
Yep.
It has already attacked, so I'll let you do your thing, and then we'll just take turns again.
Yeah.
Okay. Am I capable of waiting for the soldier to move? Like, hold my action?
Sure.
Okay. I would like to hold my action until soldier Marauder has moved or done his own turn.
So it's up to his name is actually Karlok.
Yeah.
If you go by the sheet.
Okay.
Carlox Co Solar. So
Karlok.
yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, Carlock. Yeah. So I can move. Do my turn then.
Yes.
Then I'm gonna
Yes.
move a bit to the side here, and I'm
Yep.
gonna take out a heavy grenade and throw it at the creature.
All right, then roll for the attack of the grenade.
19.
Yeah. The creature is quite dexterous, and it does actually jump back into the airlock. It pushes a button, and the door closes just in time for the for the explosion to go off.
Okay.
And it does seem to have there. Let's just go with it. There's a small, thanks to the explosion, there's a small hole in the door, and you
Yeah.
can see the creature still. And it does have taken a little bit of damage, not a whole lot.
Yeah. So I just rolled for the damage of the item, so it's 29. So you can just take whatever you want from that.
Wow, that's
Yeah, the heavy grenade is very powerful. And I rolled pretty well.
Can you actually see the life bar of the creature? I mean, if I move it
Yes.
here, for example.
Yeah, I can
Perfect.
see
So it got a scratch from that.
it. Yeah.
It seems to be making some movements behind the door, but you can't quite see it.
Good.
Holadi.
Okay. So, how big is the gap on the door that we can see through?
Let's say something like that.
Just wondering, since this it is doing something in there. Do I have? Am I capable of aiming through that that crack and try to shoot it?
You would be. It would make the shot a little bit more difficult, but you can do that.
Okay.
I just add a little bit of to the value of that creature's dodge roll, so just make your normal roll.
Okay. Let's see. So 6. And let's roll. Oh,
Ooh.
there comes the critical.
A critical.
Yes, so it would be 26. Since I put the +1 into it also.
Okay.
I mean, you needed to counter your ones from earlier, so it was time.
All right. So, first of all, that is a very, very good shot. Okay, that creature, it just was hit by a grenade, although not as badly as it could have been. It did take a little bit of damage. It seems to be distracted by some sort of movement it is making, and you hit perfectly through that hole in the door. So you do get, because you rolled higher than it did, you do get to add 2 extra. What is your total roll again?
Uh, it- 26 is my total.
You do get 2 extra dice for your damage. And because you rolled a 20, you don't even have to roll them. You just take the highest number that you can get on each of them, which is 6, of course. So it's how many dice do you get?
If normally I would get 2s, but since you said I get 4, so would it be like
24.
6? Yeah, 24 plus 1. Yes, 25.
25 damage, and that does actually it you do actually hit it really bad. No, yes, you do actually. You do hit it quite badly. So what happened is that creature actually rolled a 1. So I normally would get the maximum amount of damage because of the 1, but because he got the 20 as well, I'll just say we double the damage, which goes to 52 in that case, which does actually hit the creature very badly.
50.
Yes, that's it. It's not as hit quite as badly as you would expect it to be. Probably it has a very thick skin and it can't take a lot of damage, but it is hit badly. And in that moment, some kind of shimmer appears behind the door. It's like a sort of energy shield, but there's no energy shields actually on this world. So there's like some sort of plasma or something behind the door and the hole, and the creature is still visible behind that, but it does duck away and disappears in
So I
the
don't get my second shot.
dialogue. You can't get a second shot
Okay.
actually. Bad.
Do I recognize what kind of creature this is?
You
I can use maybe science for this.
you could roll science.
Okay.
Go for that.
Could that also be used as history?
That is
You
32.
you could go for a history roll as well if you like.
Yeah, then I would have to borrow that from my other sphere, my
Yes.
tick.
I got 32.
Okay, then I might not need to roll. Let's go with yours.
Okay. So, you you have you're not entirely sure, but you have a suspicion. There is a couple of scientists who say they have discovered a foreign creature, an intelligent alien race that has that is unknown, but there's rumors that some scientists have discovered traces of one. And what you've heard about it, what you've read about it, could fit the way this creature looked. There's not a lot known about them, but the rumors go that this is a very, very ancient space race, and that they might have gotten here through through wormhole or something a long time ago, and somehow they hibernated or something. It's all a little fuzzy, but if you had to take a guess, it would probably be something like that.
So, am I capable of deducing that this creature is also cause of this thin mist that is surrounding the place where we are at the moment?
You have no explanation for the thin mist, actually. It's weird. It's kind of it could be related to the creature. It could be that that thing, because there is rumors about these creatures having access to ancient technology, very foreign technology. It could be something of that kind, but you're not certain. While you're
Okay.
standing there, actually, in that corridor, you do notice that right in the middle, here, there's nothing except the floor. But then suddenly, there's a hand grenade with something wrapped around it.
Oh boy. Try to
Oh boy.
duck around the corner more.
Yeah, I also go behind the corner for this one.
You let's say Carlock, because you're closer to it. You roll your dodge again, actually.
Yep. 20.
Nice.
So you do notice it right away. You duck behind the corner quickly. You take another step back, possibly, and you feel the explosion. It's uncomfortable, but the tiny amount of damage that you would receive is easily sucked up by the armor you wear.
Okay, good. And did that come from the small hole in the where the creature went?
It didn't. It just appeared out of thin air.
Oh, okay.
Do you still see a bunch of fragments sticking in the walls and laying on the ground? It just appeared, as if it teleported there.
Strange.
That means that we are not safe anywhere,
No.
unfortunately, and that
Then we
might.
should probably keep moving. Should we follow the creature or should we check the other rooms?
Well, we don't know what kind of booby traps that creature has left behind, so we should maybe go check the other areas before we follow them.
All right. Is there something to my left there in the corridor?
There is here. It's a longer corridor.
Okay, it continues. Yeah.
Do you want to follow it and enter the
Yeah,
next?
I'm gonna keep going here and check around the corner.
I'll follow about 3 spaces away.
While you walk through this, you do notice an uncomfortable smell. It's kind of as if you're smelling a little bit of decay starting to take place. And when you open the door and you enter the room, it's a sort of a bathroom with showering pots and stuff like that. You do notice that there's two dead engineers actually hanging from the wall. There's a pile of molten liquid in front of them, and they are covered in blood.
Okay.
Well,
So that's 4 of them found.
yeah, 2 left. You said that there was I think it was like some kind of senior personnel and
Yes.
a security person. So we have only found the engineers here. So we are missing the senior person and also the security one.
Yes.
Okay. Well, I go near these 2 corpses to see a little bit. Are they just completely like stripped off everything that they have, or might they have anything on them?
They just the usual, nothing of interest.
Okay, making sure. Well, next room, time to check.
Yep. We walk back here and carefully check around the corner to see if anything's there.
Actually, when you there's nothing, but when you start walking towards the other door, there does appear another grenade just out of thin air.
Okay.
You prepared,
About
obviously. You jump back.
Yeah.
There is another
myself ready.
explosion. This time you don't have to roll.
Okay.
You're careful. You do there again. There's a boom and a couple of fragments fly through the air and hit the walls and stick to them or something like that. But you don't get hurt.
I also
But
noticed that Karlak has taken a little bit hit, so I tell him, "Hold up for a moment. Let me bandage you up. Let's put
it's nothing.
something on
It's
that.
fine.
Better safe than sorry." So I would presume that it's just a first aid roll for this. Okay.
Yep.
And we got 6 plus. Oh, that's the wrong one. 23. Very high numbers. At least the only one
Only
that I'm good at.
23?
Yeah, only 23.
Wait, don't you have like...
I have 17 in my first aid, but I
Then
rolled
you
6.
roll a 16?
Wait. Oh, sorry. I was checking the previous wrong one.
Yeah, so it'd be
Oh yeah.
30
Yeah, 33.
something.
That's better.
Math.
That's more like it.
34.
You check on him and he has taken a little bit of damage. You can give him a stim pack that will boost him again for the rest of the day. And you can roll 2d6 plus 2 to let him recover those as hit points.
Okay. So do I now roll that 2d6?
Exactly, 2d6 plus 2.
Okay. So 6. Pretty much full HP.
Yep.
Perfect.
There we go.
Yeah, again, something was wrapped around the grenade when it appeared, but you could only get a short glance at it. It's like imagine like a cable or something and sort of a stone or a piece of metal tied to it.
Most likely I haven't. I didn't see it properly neither time, so I can't tell what it might be. But it seems like did it spot like happen at the same spot as the previous grenade?
Not exactly, but more or less.
Okay. Uh, I think if we are gonna go check that other room, we will be bombarded by another grenade. So let's go
Yeah.
again with the
Yep. I'm just gonna go for
care.
it, and I go for it and go for the door.
Another grenade does appear.
Mhm.
I see.
The door is not an airlock. That's easy to open. It doesn't even have a code. You just have
Mhm.
to push a button, and it
Yeah.
slides open.
And I rush through it.
You rush through it. Do you want to follow him, Oladi, or do you want to stay back?
Am I capable of running
You can.
there
You can.
before the explosion happens?
You should be. Um, if you both want to get into the room, I'd let both of you roll roll dodge. Okay. But well, if you wanted to stay back, I just would say, okay, you can stay back and stay safe. But you can get
Yeah.
into the room, so it won't be full damage probably.
I'll just stay here then. Better take the devil that I know than devil that I don't know. So I'll stay here and keep myself safe from that grenade. But at the same time, do I see again what kind of thing was stuck to that grenade?
You
Oh.
do. It is. Well, it is kind of weird. You're not entirely sure, but if you had to guess, it would be a sort of, well, like a like an amulet or something. You know, a piece of jewelry. It's slightly shiny. It seems to be made of metal. There is a symbol on it, and it is it does it does have that necklace that jewelry has, you know, and it's just wrapped around the grenade.
Okay. Well, I'll just stay here and yeah. I need to go back to the name. I yell at Carlock to check that room, and then hopefully we won't get bombarded again.
Yep. I'll check the room.
That is the quarters where they can sleep and where they store their personal belongings. And that one is it looks ordinary.
Okay.
Okay.
Nothing of interest in here. I guess you gotta run for the other door.
So the door is still has like a that crack, but is that door was an airlock, right?
It is an airlock. It it does have that crack. So it wouldn't be a perfectly functioning airlock, okay? But the station itself does not seem to be damaged. You should be able to open the door fairly easily. But there is going to be another one behind that. And you do see a bluish shimmer behind the damaged door.
Hmm.
It's not the kind of mist that you find outside the station. It is a bit more, you know, substantial, the way you would imagine like um, uh, an energy shield in Star Wars or something, but its shields do not exist.
Okay. Well, sorry about this, but Carlock, I think you might have to go first there, and let's just hope that we don't get bombarded yet
I'll
again.
go for it, and I run for the door.
You reach the door. No grenade appears.
And I rip it open.
You rip it open. There's just that in the middle of the airlock. There's this shimmer. There is the door behind the airlock. No, the second door of the airlock.
Yeah.
That door is open, and you see the heavily hurt creature. Let me make that visible. Visible.
So
Oh,
I
he
can see
didn't go that
through
far.
into the other one.
You can see into the other room. Yes, you would actually be able to see like parts of the main computer and the main control room behind it. Exactly. Yeah, something like that. The creature just stands there and looks you in the eye with a cold glance.
And it's not shooting at me.
It is not no.
I pull up my rifle and just say to it, "If you throw down your weapons, I won't fire again."
It just ignores you.
Then I fire.
You take a shot.
Yep.
You're actually sure you would have hit the creature, but the shot just it doesn't it it shoots, it reaches that shimmer, and it just disappears.
Okay.
You've never seen something like that.
All right. I'm gonna walk up and gonna take out my, what is it called, plasma machete, and take a strike at it from melee range.
You attempt to walk through the shimmer, and it's like you hit a wall. It's just that it's
Okay.
solid. You can't reach through it. And as
And
you touch it,
yeah.
you get a feeling that's when you touch objects that don't belong onto this world, you can feel it, and you feel that this shimmer and this shield, that's something from a different sphere, and it's something from the fantasy sphere.
Okay.
Let me
So
actually-
could I use? Okay, then I'm gonna use my other sphere, my bond, so the ability share. I'm gonna use my spell lore and check if this is some sort of a spell that that has
Yep.
been cast here.
Then go ahead and oh, that's a good roll.
It's a 32.
That's a good roll. You you look at it very carefully, and maybe you touch it a little bit, run your fingers across it, and now that you have the right context in mind, you can actually see um, within that shimmer, you can see a certain a pattern, and you can identify that as a sort of uh, protection spell. It creates a shield. It's called a shield, and this one is actually a very strong one. That's the sort of stuff you would expect from the most experienced of mages.
Okay. Mm. There appears to be some sort of magic happening in the corridor here, so we cannot get through.
While we're at that, you do actually see an amulet around the neck of that creature. It does look a little bit different from the one that was attached to the grenade, but it is that kind of object, and you're pretty sure that with that spell lore, that's an enchanted necklace. and
Okay.
that spell is connected to that.
Is it possible for us to contact our sphere siblings and try to see from their side if we could do something about this?
At any time, you can always just go, hey there, help us. Yeah.
So, yeah,
I guess we go there.
I'm gonna connect to my titch, my pivot kirk, and I'm gonna talk to her and ask her how I would go about dispelling some sort of a magic wall or get the amulet from the neck of that thing.
All right. So you have a conversation with your partners on the other sphere. You exchange the information a bit, so they know what happened. And
Yep.
they do actually tell you that an amulet or a magic ring, any sort of enchanted artifact, they usually have a trigger. For example, a gesture that you make, or a trigger word that you chant. And usually they do have another trigger word or another gesture that disables them again.
Okay.
So you could probably disable it if you've found out that second trigger to untrigger it.
Okay. Okay. Could my other sphere partner find this like trigger and send it to me, or like communicate that to me?
Um,
Because there's
Probably yes.
very little we can do from here.
Yeah. They can certainly attempt to do that. They may need a bit of a clue to go by. But if you recall the way the amulet looked like in the corridor, and if you take a look at the amulet that the creature is wearing, there's actually again that symbol.
Yeah.
And I'm gonna show that to you. You should be able to see that little illustration.
Yeah. Like
It
a
looks a
crown.
bit like a crown with a letter that looks akin to an A in English.
Yeah. All right. Then I'll describe that carefully for my partner.
You could actually try to focus on it and just share the image actually with them so they can see
Yeah.
it.
Then I do that.
Very well. You get that across. You probably leave that corridor and duck with a little bit of distance somewhere in the main room, I suppose, where you're more safe.
Yeah. Safe from grenades.
Yep.
And you switch to the other world. I'll first of all show you the map of the world.
Oh, nice.
That is the big continent that all the races live on. You are currently in Herumberg. It's here, somewhat in the middle of the map, and it is the capital of the humans in this world. They're called Cyanide. That's their biggest city. That's where the king resides, and it's a fairly fairly warm climate. There's a lot of woods surrounding the city. I'll actually show you a city map in a moment. Here you go. That's how the city looks like. It's been heavily planned when it was built. There was a small village a long time ago, but the king decided they wanted a proper city, and they let their master architects design it for them with these perfect little squares, and something which is a little unusual for a human city, but he actually hired some of Siggy's race, some chick, these small, very clean guys, to build a sewer system to keep the city as clean as possible. You are in the top left district here, close to the center square, somewhere here, in a nice little tavern. It's called The People. It's cheap, but it's quite good food, quite good drink, a nice atmosphere. There's a terrible bard playing in one corner, though.
There always is.
There always is.
So, guess we need to go find some sort of a library or an artifact salesman or something like that to research this symbol.
I guess so. Are you capable of maybe, since you know this symbol, are you capable of maybe trying to resonate to it? Is it just only in that place, or could it be somehow affected to this place?
Yeah, maybe I can try to figure that out. Could I roll like spell lore or something like that to try to figure out if it has a connection between worlds?
You can quite easily tell. So,
Okay.
first of all, symbol itself has nothing to do with the spheres. That's just a normal letter in an alphabet of a language that is spoken in this world. It's a slightly rare language. It's called Moran, but it is mostly spoken by the Moran, and they are famous for being very, very adept mages. It's small people. They are distantly related to the chick, and they are among the strongest mages you can find in this world. That seems to be a sort of signature in all likelihood. A might be the name, that might be the letter the name starts with of the person who created the artifact. And the crown seems to be a design that they use to, put their signature apart and make it a bit more fancy. It's not unusual for alchemists to sign their artifacts. It's a bit like a trademark. And you believe you have seen that before.
Right.
You think you did see it on the market in the city, when there's a big market every weekend, and all kinds of merchants come and sell goods, And there is also a little shop set up by the Alchemists Guild. And the Alchemist Guild is actually located in this town, but they do have some special offers, every week. But you've seen the symbol there, so you could deduce that there's a connection to the Alchemist Guild in the city.
All right. Then I think we should head there.
Yep. Let's
Figure
go
out
there.
what they can tell us. Yeah.
This is also going to be a big problem since that amulet has been sent to another sphere. So
Yeah, that
hopefully
is very unusual.
we need to fix that
Yeah.
somehow. But
So we head towards the Alchemist Guild.
The Alchemist Guild is located in the south west corner of the city. The
Yeah.
location is not that important, but it has been actually moved there recently, a couple of decades back, because let's say 20, 30 years ago, the guild was actually placed right at the market square. But they messed something up and burned down a lot of houses. So they've been forced to move into one of the corners, and a special fire protecting wall has actually been built around it, because people didn't fancy that happening again. You walk there, it's a slightly moody day. There's a sort of twilight. It does happen occasionally, with the clouds and all that. And you do reach the Alchemist Guild. It's a nice, beautiful house. Quite new, only 20 years old. There's a nice entrance, big, beautifully carved wooden door. And there's a couple of names written on there, of the alchemists that are practicing there. One of them actually starts with an A,
All right.
and it is the name Avero. I'll put it in the chat for you.
Yeah. All right. So yeah, we go to the Alchemist Guild then, and I guess we knock on the door, or can we just go in?
You can just open the door.
Yeah.
There's an illusion spell on the door that creates a little whistle, of an exotic bird.
All right.
And you enter a slightly darkened room, with a couple of oil lamps hanging from the ceiling, and a lot of shelves with potions and jewelry and stars, things like that, with like glass covers in front of them. And there's a counter, and upon that exotic bird whistle, a small slightly reddish creature appears, and that's one of these Moran, a very young one. And he has an elegant robe, and he climbs onto a little a chair and greets you from behind the counter.
Hey, we're looking for an Averu.
Averu,
Vera?
Master Averu. Yes, yes, he's very busy.
Yeah, we need to have a conversation with him.
He looks you over, and he scratches his head. Well, may I ask why?
There's a problem with one of his artifacts.
A problem? Are you a customer?
yes, an amulet.
Sorry, I didn't catch that.
Are you a customer who's unhappy with the
Sorry, I'm having some
artifact?
trouble with the stream, with the Discord right now.
Okay. Is it
Okay.
getting better?
Yeah, that's
Okay.
better now.
Perfect. Is there so you're an unhappy customer, unhappy with the artifact delivered?
Sort of, yeah. It's in a place it shouldn't be, and we need to figure out how it got there and how we can deactivate it.
That's unfortunate. I'm terribly sorry. May I have your name? And he grabs a book and looks at the index.
Pivot Cricket.
Mm-hmm.
Moru Merek.
Was it a custom order?
I wasn't the one that purchased it, so I'm not entirely sure.
Oh, in that case, he closes the book. I'm terribly sorry, but we can't actually just that it's confidential. It's the professional confidentiality of the alchemists.
Yeah, listen here. We're gonna need to talk to him about this, and you're gonna tell us where he is.
Well, you could certainly schedule an appointment.
This is an emergency.
There are people's lives in risk that could be lost if this doesn't go well.
How exactly does that relate to Master Averu? There is a clause that actually relieves him of all responsibilities for the artifacts created.
Yes, and we will have no problem with Master Avuru if he helps us with this problem. We only need some information, and we will be gone. We will not come back for him.
And we do not want a refund.
Yeah, I am afraid, but he's very busy.
Easy for few people to die?
Apparently so.
That is harsh.
He does give you a very telling look.
Remembering how the previous alchemy guild happened to burn down, so you're ready for another one, another scandal. Our city won't be happy with you.
You'll be forced out of the city. You'll have to be outside the walls.
That's why I'm asking for you. We are asking for you
Outside the walls.
for a moment with Master Abaru.
Do any of you have a skill like psychology?
I can get an attribute skill skills transfer from my character.
That's a good idea.
Yeah.
Then borrow that and roll for psychology.
Okay. 18.
Yeah, he does look a bit well, it is a very urgent matter, I see. I could possibly reschedule something for you for a little charge.
Sure. I reach into my coin pouch and pull out a handful of coins.
Oh, yes, that will certainly suffice. Thank you very much. He does look a bit at his book, scribbles something, and then he says, "How about now?"
That
Yes,
would be
thank you.
lovely.
Wonderful. He jumps from the chair. He does actually come front of the corner, leads you to a door. It's not a carved door. It's not quite as big as the big entrance door, but it's beautiful. Through a corridor and a second corridor, past a bunch of doors with like different carvings and names written on them. And one of them actually says Averu. And he knocks. And it takes a moment, and then an elderly voice actually says, "Yes, yes, please." And he opens the door for you. Uh, slides in, lets you in, and says, "Oh, master, this is these gentlemen would like to talk to you about an artifact. Um, they've made themselves clear that it is a very urgent matter." And Avero says, yes, yes, please. Leave us alone, leave us alone." And the assistant leaves you, and closes the door, and you're alone with that master alchemist in a nice, elegantly furnished room, a lot of gold, shimmer, that sort of stuff.
Hmm. Master Avero, we are having a problem with one of your artifacts. It is in a location that it should not be, and it seems to be creating an energy shield that is preventing people from saving lives. It is an amulet of some sort, and it bears a crown and your letter A on it.
Yes, how may I help you with that?
We need to know how to turn it off.
Well, have you tried the trigger word?
That's the problem. Where the trigger, somebody wrote down the trigger word on a piece of paper, and it got lost.
That is unfortunate. Do you have the certificate of your order with you?
Sorry, could you repeat that?
Do you happen to have the certificate of that
I
artifact
don't know
with you?
what's happening with the certificate. I do not have it on me now, unfortunately.
Well, I suggest you get it and come back.
The current owner, most likely, I would say, the amulet is not even at the owner's hands, is using it for nefarious deeds. They have caused explosions using this amulet.
Hmm. He does actually, he looks as if he doesn't quite follow what you're talking about, but you do hear a voice in your head, his voice, and you hear him say, "We're being watched."
Uh, Maybe we
Okay.
should go and take a walk and speak of this situation. Of this, I've heard I heard that the dungeon laboratories are quite excellent.
I'm afraid there's a very complicated ritual going on there, so we can't actually go there. And he says, "Yeah, I don't think this would help. I'll just talk to you, in your mind."
Completely understandable.
Yeah, I don't know what you're talking about. Um, I, I don't even recall having made such an amulet in a long time. That's, his actually mouth moving. Um, and in your mind, he says, "There's a, well, how am I supposed to explain this? Someone is blackmailing me. They kidnapped my my very important novice. His name is Taru. I'll write it down for you. They have kidnapped him, and they're forcing me to create amulets for them.
Do we both hear this or just him?
We also share. We have a group telepathy, so
Okay,
I
okay.
would
Yeah.
believe that we also
You
both hear
you can activate that exactly. Then you
okay.
can both hear it. And he's actually just talking to Phil, to the mage. But you can follow them, Oladi. So while he's sitting there, he is talking. He's keeping up the conversation a bit, and he's pretending to know nothing and all that. But you just keep on going, talking in his mind and in your mind. And he says, "Well,
In
they
my
kidnapped my."
mind, I try to respond to him and ask him, where could we possibly find could we try to rescue this person for you?
That would be incredibly incredible of you. I'm afraid of doing it myself in case they realize what I'm doing, and they might hurt him. So there's this there's a lady. She's I don't know, well dressed, maybe a mage herself. I don't know. She came here, and she talked to me, and she said she had taken him. Now I don't know where she took him. Okay, but I I I do have something that might help you with this, with finding him. It is a ring, a magic ring with a small gemstone on it, and that gemstone, it begins to glow and glow brighter the closer you get to him, to my
Uh,
assistant. Um, and in the physical world, he actually produces like a small chest with a bunch of uh, jewelry in it. And he says, "Well, terribly sorry to not be able to help you with that, but I could sell you a very strong ring of protection against explosion magic. If you're interested in that sort of thing, maybe that could help you." And he does actually produce one ring with like a dark gemstone in it.
yeah, that could be very useful in my endeavors. I tend to be around explosions a lot, and I pull out some coins and hand it to him and buy the ring from him.
Yes. He says, "Thank you. Yes, yes." He does give you some like sort of instructions that are completely irrelevant, just for show. And he says, "Just, um, I think you must be close. You must be like within like a mile or something. And I think it's towards the northwest, but I don't know exactly. Okay, just I think he's close to the city." Come back, like find him, try to rescue him, come back, and
Okay.
I might be able to help you with that amulet.
Okay. We'll take care of this, and we'll be back.
Wonderful being doing business with you. You know the usual stuff.
Yes, thank you. Yes, yes, you too.
Thanks once
And
again, Mr. Avery.
I exited the door, and you said, yeah, he's to the north and probably outside the walls.
Well, I guess we will just go for a very interesting walk
Yeah.
to the north.
And I tried to keep the ring a bit covered, like under my hands a bit, and I keep just looking at it once in a while, and start heading north, just along the wall, or as close as the wall I can.
You follow the wall, and it does actually get a little brighter as you go, until you get right around that sort of area. Do you see that? Okay.
Yes.
Yeah, that's where it is the brightest. And when you walk a little further down the wall towards the north, it does actually get a little darker again.
Okay. If we start walking towards right, does it also go dimmer?
If you walk further into the city somewhere like here, it does get dimmer as well.
Okay. So it's either about here or it might be just outside. Um,
I mean, I think that they would keep him probably outside the walls. Keep him inside the walls might be too suspicious. Might be easier to hide him outside the main city.
I guess we can try that then.
Yeah, and we'll head towards the gate here in the middle and just try to go outside of it.
You pass through the gate. There's always a small number of guards that check on everyone who's entering and leaving the city. It's just ordinary business. They just greet you, check if you have any sort of expensive goods with you, but you're good. Pass through. You enter the lower town. It's called. It's these the sort of slum, very simple houses. The houses in the city, they're all built from stone. They usually have quite beautiful architecture, good roofs. Usually they have cellars. The houses outside, they are built from wood. They from scrap wood and that sort of stuff. They don't have cellars. There's maybe one or two stone houses. Sometimes when the river rises too high, some of them even get destroyed by the water, which are closer to the river. It does stink a bit, and it is you people do look at you, especially at the mage, because you do have an expensive ring and other jewelry, and some
Yeah,
people may be a little jealous of you.
yeah, understandably. All right, we keep following whichever way the ring is leading us.
Yes,
Would that be south or north of the gate?
it would be north of the gate,
Okay, so into the hard slums here. All right,
right
then
around. You follow the ring, and
yep.
it leads you right around here,
Okay,
and you can actually. You're pretty sure that it is one of the houses which is located on. If this is a small house block, so to say, it's one of the houses at the corner. You
okay,
think it's connected to that one.
all right.
So is this place like a place where there are a lot of people moving around, or is this more like a lot more how do I say this? A lot more smaller area where nobody almost at all moves around.
There are a lot of people actually. It's the middle of the day more or less. It is a little. It's a little dark, so I mean, like the it's very cloudy. It did rain recently, so it's not quite as full as it could be. But there are a lot of passengers actually traveling by, and well, pedestrians, I should say. Pedestrians, you know, um, they do, however, like if you were to just walk into the house, they probably wouldn't care. They may even stop and think, "Oh, this is interesting. I'll watch."
All right.
Okay.
Shall we knock or shall we just enter?
I could use an animal language and try to see, like, ask a rat. Most likely, as we are in a slum area, there are some rats to go inside and look around a little bit so that we get a little bit more information.
Sure.
Speak with animals is a power, right?
Yes. 1 minute per one animal.
Okay. There is there's more than enough rats. And one of them happens to pass by actually. You know, you use the power, you do actually stop it. You talk for it, you talk to it. What do you tell it?
Um, that was a good question. That is the $1 million question. I tell him, look for a room with many people.
I mean, what? I can understand.
It's a little bit harder. Do I know the Taro's like how does he look like before that? Is he
Um,
blonde? Is he
so the
brunette?
Moran, he's a Moran like his master.
Okay.
Like the other guy at the guild as well. They are small. They are like let's say 1 meter and 20 centimeters tall or something, like
Okay.
3 to 4 feet. Um, they they have little hair, not a lot of hair, and they have a slightly reddish skin tone. They look a bit as if they have a constant sunburn. They don't have a
Okay.
sunburn, but they look a bit like that.
I give these descriptions to the rat and tell him to tell the rat to find this person.
The rat says, yeah, sure. Uh, I'll go find them. I'll come back here in a little while. Maybe you want to go and find some food."
Sure, I gotcha.
Then it runs away down the road, passes through the legs of a horse, runs away. And it does take a bit, but after, let's say, an hour, the rat actually returns quickly, runs towards you, sits down in front of the two of you, and says, I think I found the one you're looking for."
Well, that is good. Show us where this person is, and I'm taking a piece of bread and give him like a big chunk of it, like a well
Splendid,
for a
splendid.
rat. Yes.
He does take a bite and says, let's let me take a breath for a minute, okay, and eat a little bit. But after a minute or two, he does actually, get up and lead you. It's not far from here. It is actually that one particular house, at the corner. And he says, in this house, there is there has been noises recently, like in the ground. That like his friends have heard these noises, and he hasn't like seen anything. He hasn't been inside, but he has heard them talk about like like one of those small creatures from the like the small big creatures, one of the red ones. Yeah, that has actually been brought into this house, and there there has been a couple more noises, like in this day, it's like they talk, but they talk loud.
Okay. I
So basically, he's trying to tell you he thinks there's some like there's something in the ground, and they probably put him there.
Okay.
All right. So this must be the house then, I guess.
It does
Uh,
have a small window, as you can see. It's not
Yeah.
really a window. It's not glass, but it's there's like an opening, a tiny opening, and like some leather behind it or something. And
Would
there is a
would I
door.
be would I be tall enough to see inside the window?
Um, you were actually not.
Okay. Maybe we should check in on the window, see if we can see something inside.
Is my character tall enough to see?
Certainly.
Okay.
You walk past it, take a glance into it, and there's a dark, small corridor. It's a little dusty. Um, no lights. So
Oh,
let me reveal that for you. There's not much to see, but no, something like
all
that.
right. Let's try the door. Let's open it carefully and see if we can sneak inside. You want to go first?
I could also ask our rat friend, to scout for like from room to room.
He says, yeah. For a little bit more bread later on, I can do that.
Yeah, sure. A fine deal.
He does crawl underneath the door, and he disappears for a little bit, and walk around and around, and he says, also he comes back quickly after not even a minute, and he tells you there's only this big room actually, and one door at the end of that room. Okay, and he went into the second room, and that's a smaller room, and there's like a um there's a machine, but there's no way further down anywhere.
Okay. I'll give the rest of the bread to our brave hero, and tell to uh, I'm gonna butcher this name again. Pri- Uh, Pivot? Pivot? Is it said like that?
Nobody knows how to pronounce them. If you're not Czech, you don't know how to pronounce them.
Ah, I see, I see. Well, I tell the mage that, okay, it's time to go.
All right. You first.
I open the doors slowly to see. Well, of course, first I test, is the door open?
It is actually locked, but the lock does look fairly cheap.
Okay. Do you have some kind of skill or something that might be able to open this, or do we just brute force it?
You can try to pick it. I don't know how to pick locks, but I can blow it open somehow.
Will it be quiet?
No.
Well then, I guess I'll just take the risk and go with good old muscle and grease. Let's go. And I'll just try to use power to rip the lock off since it's flimsy. Trying to mitigate as much noise as possible. So I just
So you want to just use your normal strength basically and just rip it open.
yes.
Okay. What's your strength score again?
It is 16.
That is actually enough. You know, it's you do work a bit with the wooden planks, and you do, I don't know, pull out a nail or something, and it does crack a little bit, and you can kind of not elegantly, but you can open the door. Let's roll. What is your dexterity?
My dexterity is 15.
Then give me a d20 plus 3. And let me see something. Okay.
Plus 3.
So
Eight.
you do crack open that locking mechanism. You can kind of force the door open. It does make a noise, but it's not the worst. You know, it's a loud cracking sound.
It does it blend into the environment since there are
Fairly well, fairly well.
Okay. So do we see inside now? Since we start,
Yes.
I like open a little bit the door to see inside.
There is there's this corridor.
Okay.
And there is a door at the end. You can see that. Yeah, exactly.
Okay.
Besides that, there is just a wooden wall. There's like a coat hanging by the door, and maybe a hat.
Mhm.
But besides that, there's just that other door.
Am I capable of like using tracking to see how many people are inside? Like how many people have gone through this?
Yeah. The room is
times?
fairly. The corridor is somewhat dusty. So just give us a roll on hunting or on tracking.
Okay. 8 plus 24.
It is a little peculiar. You do see the footsteps of the rat in the dust, but there are no other footsteps. Actually, oh no, sorry. There actually are. There actually are. There is there's 2 pairs of footsteps. There's 2 pairs of footsteps, but they don't actually lead to the door, but they lead here.
Okay. I guess then we know where we're supposed to go to find Taru.
Yeah,
Um,
let's
so
check out that wall and see if there's something weird about it.
yeah, so we start walking towards it. Presume that, of course, a little bit trying to do it discreetly, but
Yes.
as discreetly as possible.
Give
And
me both of you give me a roll on stealth. Or on hiding or something like that. I think it's called stealth.
I don't have
uh,
either.
I don't have that either.
So would it be just
What kind of
dexterity or
hunter
something?
are you? There you can well, I think Oladi's dexterity was 15, right?
Yes.
And Siggy's dexterity
14.
14. Okay, so Oladi just rolls a d20 plus 3, and Siggy rolls a d20 plus 2. It basically depends on your dexterity
9 for me.
and some other stuff.
Great minds
Interesting.
think alike and roll well.
Yeah, to be honest, you have been a little bit more quiet before. You do stumble along that corridor to that wall, and the footsteps seem to lead through the wall.
All right, let's check out this wall, see if there's anything special about it.
Okay.
Can I roll for like a perception or something like that to see if I can discover something about the wall?
Yeah. Let's both of you roll perception.
6.
Okay. Perception.
Normal wall.
Yep, that's a wall. That's a very solid wall if I have ever seen one. But I wonder why these footsteps go into it.
Frankly, there is no good explanation, except perhaps it's some sort of bell that has something to do with teleportation or the astral plane. Teleportation would make sense since your siblings told you about teleporting weapons, so maybe it's
Mm-hmm.
just a spell and you just have to walk against it or something.
Try
Well-
walking through the wall.
It is a wall. You do actually not get through the wall. It does make you do hit your head. Don't worry, no HP loss. Does make a bit of a weird sound, but to be honest, the sound is kind of odd. It's a little bit too clacky for a wall. It's as if there's a sort of mechanism behind it, but honestly, there can't be.
Shall we
So-
check out the other room or?
Are there any other things that can be interacted in this corridor other than there was a coat hanger you said with a hat on it, but I don't think
There is. There's that coat hanger. Yeah, no, there's just that. In the corridor, there's the other door. I mean, there is that window, but it's not particularly interesting. There is a small chimney, like a sort of improvised hole in the roof with a small tiny roof on top of it. You did actually see, I forgot to mention it, but you did actually see a little bit of smoke coming out of that chimney. So
Mhm.
maybe you could do some shenanigans with that. I don't know.
So
Be
the
careful
chimney
not
hole,
to touch the mic.
does it lead into where the footsteps lead, or where does the chimney
It
lead?
um so this is the house, okay?
Mm-hmm.
There's the corridor here. There's a small room. Again, this is the house, and somewhere here was the chimney.
I didn't see a ping, but okay, it's all right.
Okay, basically, the chimney is imagine the window, but at the other side of the house.
Okay, yeah.
Okay.
So through the door
Yeah,
or
so
through
sort
the
of,
through the
if
wall.
you if you went through the wall, you would kind of go to the chimney.
Okay. I mean, maybe there's a door somewhere else that leads to here.
I guess we just completely give up on the door, even though we know they went somewhere through here.
I mean, we can try to break this down or something like that, but that might be noisy.
The good old barbarian way.
As you are talking, actually, you do hear whistling from behind the wall. Someone, casually whistles a song and
Okay.
just
Um,
does his thing.
To the wall, next to the walls, and grab the guy when he comes out.
maybe let me consider. Can I use some sort of a spell to reveal hidden things or hidden doors, or use my spell or spellcraft, something like that, air magic, or see if there's an illusion here or something like that.
You could I think you could attempt it actually. It's a bit of a yeah, you can do that. Just roll spell law and let's check for illusions.
Yep, that's better. 24.
Well, you do take a careful look around and you try to feel the tapestry of the reality here, and you are pretty sure there is no illusions, but you do think that there is a bit of magic cast onto that part of the wall actually. Wait a minute, no. Let me here. Sort of here, where the footsteps lead. You think it belongs to a school of magic which is, related to like moving objects, like telekinesis and stuff like that.
Then I am actually going to use my. Oh, okay. No, I don't have. I thought I had telekinesis, but I don't.
You
Uh,
don't have telekinesis itself, but you could do
oh,
something similar with air magic actually.
yeah, I'm gonna use my air magic, try to like grapple onto the door and try to move it somehow.
Um, let don't you have something like air control or something written
I
down on your
have you air
sheet?
control. Yeah, I do.
Let's just use that. So what's basically happening? There's a table, and there's the schools of magic on the table.
Mhm.
I do have one with me, but it is German, so it's
Yeah.
not of much use. We're still translating everything. So like
So
you check for the school
right.
of magic, for example, elements, which is air elements, and
Yeah.
then you pick, for example, air control, and that has a certain number. And
Yeah, I have here air magic and then asterisk air magic strengthening, air strengthening. So I would
yeah,
use the strength. Mhm.
it's it's not quite the same actually, but let's
Okay.
just I'm just trying to explain the magic real quick,
Yep.
so that you know what's going on, and we'll just improvise it from there. Um, so there's that number you get from the type of magic and the type of spell you're casting, for example, controlling the air around you, and then there's another table for like how long is it supposed to last, how strong is the effect supposed to be, and that increases that number. And that
Mhm.
number is the challenge rating of the spell that you have to roll in the end.
Yeah.
And I would say, if you just want to open that, try to move that part of the wall. Let's say roll your air magic roll
Yeah.
under magic skills, and try to reach a 40, a 13.
A natural
Oh,
20 plus 9. So yeah.
that is that's actually very effective. You do get to play around with it a bit. Okay, you try to move the magic. Oh, actually, it does cost you 2 magic points, to mana or whatever they're called.
Yeah.
Um, um, that depends on how strong the spell is, but in this case, it's 2 points. you do try around a bit, and you try to move the air more towards that, and affecting everything around it. You're trying to move it more towards that and affecting the matter around it. And you do actually find that there is, if you move it a bit back and then to the side, you can actually trigger a sort of mechanism and actually slide the door rather easily to one side.
Then I do that. I push it down and move it to the side.
So this there's a room behind it, and you actually find that in this room, as you look through it, there's a guy, and he's actually currently he's standing by a table, and he's apparently trying to make some food. He's hunched over like a plate, and he's cutting something, and he's whistling as he's cutting things, and he doesn't notice you at all.
Okay. I pat Moru on the back and point him to like go at the guy, take him down or something like that.
Oh, okay. My character with the longbow aims at the knees, both knees, since I have like 2 attacks. Well, let's see first what happens with first attack. Of course, I come a little bit closer to make sure that everything is okay, and I shoot at the knees.
Okay.
All right.
So I'll just roll.
So remember, there's the A roll, and you can, if you want to, put your plus minus onto that on top of it. If you want to go
Okay.
full attack,
Yes.
make your roll. The first one.
That is gonna be 27. I put a 3 into
Yep,
the attack.
that is a sneak attack as well. So you get a bonus of 7, which is 34. Could that be?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I roll damage.
That does actually hit him.
Yep.
Right into one of the knees. Roll your damage, but add 3 dice. 3d6.
Okay. 11 plus 3, 14.
That's a nasty shot. Then roll your second attack.
How much? Okay. So he falls down from it, but he's not like out of it.
Well, he gets hit, okay, and I thought you were very quick, so you're probably gonna like might even hit him before he has time to react.
Yeah. Let's make sure. Okay. 7 plus, so that's 20.
You do get 1 bonus die for this one.
Okay. Let's see if I accidentally kill him. 1 bonus.
Oof.
Well, goodbye, Mr. Random.
This that hurts. Yeah, one arrow into one knee, the other one. You don't actually hit the knee. You miss the knee a bit, but you hit an artery, and very quickly there's a lot of blood, and he doesn't live long. He maybe has I don't know, a minute left or something. He's bleeding to death there.
I run to the guy and say, "Tell me where Taro is, and you might live. I can keep you alive."
He does look at you. He does hesitate for a second, and then he says, "Through that door. There's a door. I'm gonna reveal it to you. Moment. Here, there's another door. In case I didn't see that. Through the door in the basement. There he is. There's another guy."
I say to the man, "I'm a man of my words, and I will use the attribute and skill transfer taking first aid from Ugionera.
Yes.
And let's roll. Well, my roll says no, but let's see. 23. It's still good.
You he's badly wounded. Okay, so you're not gonna give him back any hit points. Okay, for in
I'm
this
just trying. I'm
instance,
just
but
make.
you
Yep.
can stabilize him. Okay, so you can stop the bleeding. You can I don't know. You take like a towel from the kitchen counter, wrap it around the wound, press it onto that, and you get him stable.
Okay.
He
Making
does
sure
look a
he
little
sits
bit
down.
surprised, but yeah.
Yeah. Now you stay here, quiet, and you won't die. Are we okay with this?
Yes, be careful. He knows magic. She knows magic.
So do we. Thank you. And we we start moving to the next door. And
Mhm.
do we need? I don't think we need to do any perception to see if there's anything on the door, or do you want to try?
You can look. Yeah. Let's actually roll perception just in case. You never know.
Okay. Let's see. Do we get the same ones? No. That is 20 from me at least.
20. Sorry.
I got 20. Siggy, do you also want
Yep.
to roll?
Yeah, sure. 10.
Oh, there it is. Well, you don't entirely agree. Siggy thinks he did hear a tiny noise, but not a lot. While Uradi doesn't seem to have heard anything.
I guess I open the door and with my bow ready, no, and go inside.
Yes, you enter the room, and you do find a bunch of no, that's the a bunch of mattresses and chests, and there is a ladder that does actually lead into the ground. There seems to have been they seem to have dug a sort of improvised basement.
Mm.
But there is there is that ladder. And there is that hole. There's a little bit of light down there in the basement. I'm gonna reveal that for you further down here.
Yep.
Okay.
But there's no people.
Well,
All right, you first.
the HP guy goes in.
Yep.
Thank you.
And I follow him immediately after.
Roll another stealth roll for me, please. Or because you don't have stealth, for Uradi it's d20 plus 3, and for Sigi it's d20 plus 2.
So
19.
18.
Yep. Okay. You do hear footsteps from the basement, but they're not fast or anything. They're just very casual, strolling along.
Okay. I walk here and take a peek from the corner, unless this is this continues downwards.
No. It does lead around the corner.
Yep.
It is you can see fairly well. There's
Mm.
there's a torch further down into in the room apparently. And when you peek around the corner, you can see a few chests and a few barrels and that lamp. And you do notice that there is a woman that walks strolls along a bit.
Okay. So we have found our well-dressed woman.
Yep, I believe so.
Do we go with a warning shot again?
I think just go full force.
Okay, let's go A team. And I run here and take an aim at the woman's. Yet again, I'm taking those knees. I'm gonna make them every single one of them into a Skyrim guard.
Yep.
Okay, so let's start with the two of you again, because you surprise her. She does walk into the room like this, and take a shot. Add +7 to the attack roll, on top of anything else you might add.
1. We got a 34.
34.
Yes. With the stealth.
Add 2 dice to the damage. It does hit.
Well, let's see. Oh, did it go through?
I don't see resolve. Maybe I
No.
didn't.
I'll just try to roll smaller then. And again. So 12 plus 3. 15.
Oh damn it! I can't. Wait a second. That does hurt a lot. She does turn around, look at you, go for your second shot if you like.
Can I see it from the look? Is she surprised? Is
She is
angry?
surprised. She's
Hostile.
both angry and surprised, and she is hostile. That would have been funny to find out. She's completely friendly, actually. You know.
I mean, we were hired to take care of this woman, so I mean.
Yeah, true. Okay, let's go for another one. 14.
Unless the alchemist lied to you, but no one to.
Well,
Mm.
the
That
plot thickens. That is gonna be 24 because I don't believe that I have the stealth for this one. So 24. Sorry.
She does actually this one with
plus 3. Forgot 27.
27. Yeah, this one does actually hit her as well, with a slight bonus there as well. You do hit her again, but it's just normal damage.
Okay. 13.
That is 4.
After pretty much making sure that I like walk one more step forward before I end up my turn and tell her, "Don't move and you won't get hurt." I mean, well, you're already hurt, but don't move and you won't die.
Okay. How about Siggy? What do you want to do?
I'm gonna blast her in the face with air magic.
Okay.
So it's a difficulty of 18 air damage spell, and I roll for my use my spell lore on top of that, or
No, you just use the
air
magic
magic
skill again.
And do I use air strengthening +4? Do I use that stat?
No, just a normal air magic. Actually.
So that's a +9. So that would be a 20 to. So I succeed at my magic.
Okay,
Oh,
then
okay. I succeeded my stronger version. There's a difficulty of 15 and difficulty of 18. There are two different ones here.
yes.
So I succeeded at the stronger one. So I do 3d6 damage to her, I guess.
Then roll your damage, please. You do get a feeling that she attempted to resist it, but you just
So that would be
overwhelmed her.
13 points of wind magic. Wind
Damn
damage.
it, that hurts. She does actually get oh, wait a minute, it didn't. She does get blasted by a spell into the barrels and crates, and she just lays there and she doesn't move anymore. In fact, she seems to something seems to be happening to her body. It does start to dissolve, sort of very slowly. It seems to get sheer and disappear.
Okay.
I guess the violence was the answer.
Yeah. Right. Find the kid.
Yep.
Now,
Let's find it.
the two of you you have seen this before, actually. So from the kind of that dissolving, you can guess that she was actually one of these creatures that can travel between worlds.
Oh, okay.
And so she is the one who transferred the amulets to the other world. She's the one who's responsible for all of this, the mastermind behind everything. And when they do travel to different worlds, they take the shape of the living beings in that world. So she appears like a human, but she's actually something different. It's called a ward.
Hmm.
It's not that relevant, but I'll write it into the chat.
Yeah. What?
You take a look around, and you quickly discover the rest of the basement. There is another wardrobe with some adventuring equipment, and there is another door, and behind that door you can easily break that open. Not a big deal. You do find the poor kidnapped assistant,
Yeah. And I just
who
go up to
is
him and say, "Right, kid, we're here to save you. Let's go."
he's exhausted, but you get him out of there. The rogue up there in the kitchen, he's there as he promised he would. He didn't move anything.
Hmm.
And you can just leave if you like.
Yeah. I think we take the kid, we leave, and we head back towards the alchemy
Perfect.
guild.
Yep. They let you in again without any further hassle this time, and you bring the assistant into the office, and Averu, he's incredibly glad that you helped him. He can't thank you enough. If he can help you with anything in the future, please by all means tell him. Regarding the amulets, there is a trigger to, well, untrigger the effect,
All
but
right.
he does have he did cast a second spell onto them. So instead of just untriggering the shield, what you could do is you could actually make the amulet self-destruct.
Oh,
That's
that's
a
good.
big damage spell, and you could potentially have more use for that. So
Yes.
he tells you how to untrigger them, and he tells you how to trigger the self-destruct if you want to. And he does advise you to stay away from them when they self-destruct.
All right. Yeah.
Maybe
All
it
right.
would be a good idea to make it explode because that amulet doesn't even belong in that sphere.
Yeah, I think it would be best to explode it and destroy it. It's a disturbance in the world. So yeah, I communicate that information to my sphere siblings. Tell them how to deactivate it and how to destroy it, how to self-destruct it.
All right, so you switch back to the space station.
Yep.
In the meantime, you have actually stayed in the main room. There has been no further attacks. If you have glanced into the control room, you have seen that creature a bit here and there, and it seems to have been working on the big device in there, which is related to the mining apparently. And it does seem to do normal work. You do think it did attempt to stitch itself up a bit with a stim pack. It does have regained a bunch of hit points. But it is still hurt quite badly.
Let's just hope that that explosion doesn't affect the main computer.
Yeah. I'm gonna go toward the force field again, and I'm gonna start shouting at the creature, "Hey, you idiot! Come here!"
It does just look at you, and it does laugh villainously.
Come on! Are you afraid of us? And I kind of try to taunt it. Is it where it's stationed right now at the door?
It yeah, it may have been standing there or something, but it does actually come a bit closer, yes.
Right. Then I'm going to activate the self-destruct.
I
You
go behind the corner.
the you know the kind of the gesture that you have to make. You make that gesture, it just looks at you a little confused. And then you notice suddenly it gets very bright.
And as soon as I've activated it, I basically give it a wave as it is about to explode.
Um,
Cool
you
guys, explosive explosions.
you see like that bright light, and a few moments later the light dies down. The shield is gone, and you do notice that the creature, it's not dead, but it is heavily hurt, and it is very close to oblivion. It does look at you in shock. You see a bad burn marks across its neck where the amulet was. It does look a bit disoriented. It does look into your direction, but you don't think it sees you.
And I'm just gonna say, I gave you a chance, and I pull up my rifle and I shoot at it.
Then give us probably a last attack roll.
Yeah. That would be a plus 12. So 26.
Then give us 2 extra dice of damage.
2 extra dice of damage. Okay.
You may not even have to roll, but you can if you like.
Yeah, I'm gonna see how high I do because it's 5d6 plus 3. It's 20.
Bad. Yeah, it does look at you with, you probably blinded it with that sort of explosion. It does look into your direction, and then you blast it to death, and it, just collapses somewhere over here, and it doesn't move anymore.
Yeah. I step into the room to see if there's any survivors left in the station.
No, that was wrong.
Oh,
Hmm.
It doesn't get dark. Sorry. It
No,
should get.
everything goes dark.
Here we go. There is the main control room. There is a big machine, okay, and that seems to control the remotely control the mining operations on the asteroids close by. There is there's some more computing facilities to the right, and there is 2 terminals. You do notice, first of all, there is the senior engineer and the security guard. They are both dead as well.
Yeah.
They have been killed in similar fashion to the others. And you do notice that the terminals that control the facility, they have been modified. It's as if there's some sort of so the dead bodies, there's sort of something is extending from the bodies, like some weird substance. It's you can't quite understand it, but it does seem to have some sort of logic to it. So there's a connection from the dead bodies to the terminals, and the terminals are kind of covered in a strange substance.
Do you know what this is?
well, I guess let's give it a try. I guess I'll just roll with the science again.
Um, let's say half your science value on top of the d20.
Okay. Well, that's a 13.
You're not quite sure. You think it might be some sort of unusual technology that's, this creature might have applied some of its own very foreign technology to these stations, but you can't quite make sense of how it works and how you would use it.
I see. Well, Karluk, when in doubt, gun.
All right. I shoot at the bodies next to the terminals and try to disconnect them from them.
It does
Actually, actually, I use my plasma machete and cut them free.
even better. You do see that that substance, it gets a little bit it used to be black, but now it becomes sort of like grayish, and it just fades in color, and it's still there, but it just looks kind of inactive.
Hmm. I mean, I pretty much solved the problem. Everybody's dead, and this creature was attacking them.
You do still have to copy the data from the main computer, but
Yes.
that's not a big deal. You just plug the device into the computer. It takes a few minutes, and it does create a backup of all the data on the station.
Yeah. I let my associate do that while I just take care of make sure the creature is really, really dead.
Remember that. Yep.
Yeah, it is. You make sure.
Mhm.
Now it is
Mhm.
definitely dead.
Yeah.
Remember, we have that explosive that we left at the airlock, and we
Yep.
also have to call our ride back.
Let's just make sure, take the information, and then we can call our ride and head back. I
Yes.
can open the doors, no problem.
No problem, indeed. Um, I, I assume there may be a little bit of boom. Doors open.
Mm,
You've had your fun. The pilot comes to collect you. That strange mist has actually disappeared.
yeah.
Okay.
Um, and you can go back to your boss. You tell him what happened. You give them the stick. You do get your payment as promised. You do get a little bonus to keep quiet about this. They thank you a lot, and you successfully solved the adventure.
Nice, very nice.
Well, so thank you again for helping us out here. Thank you a lot. Seriously, you too.
Yeah, thank you very much. It was a lot of fun. I really like the system.
Thank you. You're welcome. You can, if you want to, on our webpage we have. So we're currently, it's actually German. Okay, we're currently translating it, and we have a couple of freebies on the website. You can just download them. There's basically we have got a short version of the rules, which is everything you really need to play. You can get that for free. It's available in English. It's available from today. This adventure is actually part of it. It's included. There's a couple of pre-generated characters and character sheets. So you can check that out if you like, and have some fun with it yourself. I think there's a couple of free adventures as well. If we can help you with anything, please reach out to us. We're happy to ask any questions. Well, if you have any questions now, feel free to ask them.
Well, I don't really have any question, but I have a want to say what was like really good. I really enjoyed the fact that you have a proper specialization when you're thinking about, okay, you are a medic, so no matter what, even if you roll badly, you will still be able to get at least a decent roll with your medicine, which is just feels so good when you're actually going for that kind of roll, which is sometimes was annoying when I was playing a barbarian and raging and athletics plus how many and still rolling ones, because that is my specialty.
Yeah, you can actually get even better at that. There's a way you can even avoid the ones altogether, basically. Yeah, that's I do love that too. It's just a much more stable system, you know, than D&D or something.
Yeah.
Siggy, can I do anything for you still? Or... You
Sorry,
happy?
the sound cut out for a moment, but I'm really happy with the system, and I really enjoy, and especially the part where you can share the skills between the spheres. That even you may suck at something with one character, you can connect it to another character, and at least have a chance to be able to apply it to something.
Yeah. Yeah. I love it. Well, again, thank you. Thank the both of you. Thank all of the people who were watching us. I hope you had a great time as well. I've been honored to be a part of this. We've been honored to be here with Virtual. So seriously, thank you.
Let's see you get out of this. Blast it! This is not over. Die, die, die! This time you will fall before my might. Come on. Yes!